Chapter 880. Within the ancient sea demon tomb, the old monk and Duanda sat facing each other. They talked about the strangeness of the tomb in a clear and logical manner. He had gotten rid of many evil spirits, but none of them were as world-shaking as the one suppressed by the Shakyamuni. He said that it was born from the death of a great completion saint physique. It was a type of extremely powerful evil intent that no one could subdue back then. It was extremely ferocious. In the end, the Shakyamuni took action and used a Buddhist technique to cut off 90% of its cultivation and remove its Tao roots. Only then was it subdued and imprisoned under the Thunderclap Temple, banishing it to the 18 levels of hell. The evil intent of a great completion saint physique? Pang Bo was astonished and revealed a thoughtful expression. Could it be the will of a god? He said that it was a type of malicious spirit that had already become a saint ancestor. Now that I think about it, it must be the so-called will of a god. Duanda said. According to legend, the will of a god was a type of evil intent born after the death of a god. However, first there was the undying heavenly emperor, then the sun saint emperor, and finally the great completion saint physique. All of them had such an evil appearance after death. They weren't gods. Who in this world has ever seen a god? From what I see, it's the most powerful existence of a generation that has been endlessly deified and worshipped as a god, the Black Emperor said. Yi Fan's heart sank. The malicious spirit was the will of a god with a great completion saint physique. This made him feel extremely uneasy. What kind of karma did this have to do with him? It seemed to have some kind of connection and had come for him. That old monk said that the things that the Shakyamuni suppressed could all be considered gods. The reason why some existences are so difficult to destroy and still have a strand of wolf left behind in this world is related to their past achievements, Duanda said. What are you talking about? The monkey asked. Who in this world could avoid death? This was a difficult problem that even the ancient emperors had been trying to solve. No one had been able to solve it, but they had found many ways to prolong one's life. Those who had great achievements in this world would be worshipped by others. They could create an immortal legend that would allow the fruit of Tao to exist forever and even live 2 lifetimes. This was what the ancient emperors had discovered. Many creatures in the world respected a single person, worshipping him every day. It was as if they had forged a type of willpower that was added to the great emperor's body, allowing them to become even more undying, moving towards eternity. However, this kind of person was very difficult to destroy. The deity's will that Shakyamuni suppressed was a person with great merits when he was alive. After his death, people still remembered him and silently recited his glorious great virtue. As a result, a strand of his divine sense was reborn and became the deity's will. Is this how God's will is born? The few of them had broadened their horizons. They couldn't help but admit that the quasi-emperor's knowledge was indeed extraordinary. He had some of the atmosphere and vision of an ancient emperor. Bodhi is everywhere, faith gathers, the sect is immortal. Li Tian recalled the prophecy of the 2 spiritual children from the heavenly village and looked at each other. Things like that are bestowed by others. The crux of the matter is still up to one's self. Otherwise, why would the primeval emperor not treat this path as the only way to achieve longevity? He must have discovered something wrong with it, said Yi Fan. Let's talk about the malicious spirit. Daoist Duan, you can't be telling us that the black ghost in the copper coffin is the divine will of the great completion divine physique, right? Pang Bo asked. Duanda nodded and said, I feel like it should be him. He came from the great thunderclap temple of Mars. What else could there be? Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. The malicious spirit's origins were so great. It was actually the will of a deity. This kind of thing was the most terrifying. It was almost like a deity when it was alive, and even after death, it was still immortal. It had the power to transcend the laws of the world. This is definitely not a normal great completion divine physique. It must be one of the 9 unequaled existences of the past, said the Black Emperor. In the past, the reason why the great completion divine physique intimidated the entire ancient star and had the power to be the number 1 physique under the heavens was mainly because the 9 supreme beings that appeared during the desolate antiquity era were too powerful. Each and every one of them was unequaled in the heavens above and earth below. They swept through the heavens and suppressed everything. One was destroyed, and not long after, another appeared, connecting this kind of glory. It was impossible not to intimidate the people's hearts, and it was impossible for the people to forget them even if they wanted to. It could be said that during that period, their accomplishments and brilliance illuminated the entire world. All creatures of this ancient star worshipped them, and only these types of people could give birth to the will of a deity. Right, it must be like this. The undying heavenly emperor was revered by all races, and as such, a strand of his divine will didn't disappear after his death. The Sun Holy Emperor's status in Ziwei ancient star domain was the same. He was also worshipped by all creatures of this world, and a deity's will was similarly born. Correct, of the 9 unequaled great completion divine physiques, several of them left this ancient star and went to outer space. There were some who never returned, and that was definitely the evil will that was born after one of them passed away in meditation. They made all types of deductions and had many thoughts. They felt that they should be close to the truth of the matter. That day, this poor Taoist and that old monk discussed for a long time. We talked about all types of ghosts with cultivation, and we had the same opinion. They were scared of the past glorious body, and at the same time, they were also very hopeful, wishing to possess it, said Duanda. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine. The malicious spirit in the bronze coffin mainly came for him, because they were of the same type. It was scared of the flesh and wanted to destroy it, but it also had a type of hope, wishing to obtain it. This was a type of contradictory mentality. Duanda said, in reality, there is no need to worry. That old monk said that the great completion divine physiques divine will had 90% of its cultivation shaved off by Sakyamuni, and even its Tao root was removed. It was also suppressed for close to 2,000 years, so it has long become extremely weak. Moreover, the divine blood naturally countered this type of evil will that was born after death. It couldn't get close to him, especially now that it didn't have a Tao root. Even if it recovered a bit of its cultivation, it would still be limited. If it is as expected, the great completion divine physique transformed into a malicious spirit is nothing to worry about. It can't do anything to Yi Fan. He took away 3 people, Lu Yunji, Li Zhongqing, and Wang Yan. They are all chess pieces, and they are suspected to have entered the immortal palace. Pang Bo said in a low voice. These people understood Yi Fan very well. They had learned some terrifying methods, and they were hidden in the dark. They must be a great enemy. Why can't I enter this damned immortal palace? This poor Taoist has come here many times, but never had the chance to go in for archaeology. Stealing graves and digging graves? No, Duanda would never do such a thing. In his words, this was archaeology, exploring ancient secrets, and revealing prehistoric secrets. He was unwilling to pass on this responsibility, and he was willing to dedicate his life to it. In the end, they left the mountain ridges and disappeared into the boundless barren mountains. Knowing who the enemy was, they finally had some confidence in their hearts, and could make targeted arrangements. Half a month later, the Sky Demon Treasure Tower, the Ji family's Divine Pavilion, the Jiang family's Treasure Pavilion, the Jade Pool Immortal House, and other major auction houses, as well as many merchant companies, all bought the 5 colored precious stones together. Once this news spread, the 5 regions were immediately in an uproar, and it caused quite a storm. No one knew what had happened. Why did all the major corporations take action together? Finally, some well-informed people dug out the ultimate secret. Someone wanted to build a 5-colored altar and charge into the outer realm, entering the boundless and brilliant starry sky. Who is it? Has he really gone mad? Or is it that the great sage wants to do this? A great era is coming, and they are all going to enter the outer realm to develop? Everyone was shocked, and the world was in an uproar. This caused a huge uproar. The 5-colored precious stone was not jade, but a crystal formed from an ancient spiritual tree. This tree had long since gone extinct on this ancient planet, and some crystals could occasionally be dug out from the ground. They were very rare. All the major merchant companies moved together, searching frantically. Naturally, This caused the price of this precious stone to soar. All the source gatherers abandoned their profession and joined the quarrying industry. Everyone had a premonition that a storm was about to arrive. With such a large-scale collection of 5 colored stones, it was likely that someone would really succeed in entering the outer realm in the future. During this period, people from various black markets and auction houses were also collecting all the ancient transportation formations. As long as it was related to crossing the star domain, even a corner of the formation patterns would be worth a heavenly grade. Apart from this, there were some formation pattern grandmasters and some ancient inheritances that sent over rare treasures, inviting them to a mysterious place to study the 5-colored altar together. They would open the path to the outside world, and many grandmasters were needed to work together. Later on, even the various ancient races were affected. Some people offered high prices, and these were all rare and irresistible treasures. They wanted to purchase every type of divine stone they could find. Many people knew that not only could the 5-colored altar cross the star domain, but the ancient emperor's divine altar could also do so. Back then, Yi Fan had returned from the Ziwei ancient star domain using this method. It was obvious that the people hiding in the dark were crazy. They wanted to go to the outer realm and collect both kinds of precious materials without restraint. They were waiting for an opportunity. It was to the extent that some ancient race formation pattern masters were invited. They were tempted by rare treasures and gathered together to study them. One could see the urgency of the people involved. Who is doing all this? Everyone wanted to know. They vaguely felt that it might be the work of the same great power. In the end, the mortal world and the infernal realm took action. They looted the 2 corporations and plundered all the precious stones they had purchased. After finding out that they were indeed purchased for the same power, they offered a large sum of money. On the same day, someone issued a bounty to retaliate. Anyone who could kill a disciple of the 2 divine assassin dynasty would be rewarded with a sky-high price. This caused the storm to become more and more intense. This made people increasingly astonished. Just who was it that was squandering resources like this? Just which great power was it that was so extravagant? Could it be that there really were immortal treasures in the outer realm? In the following half a month, people from the divine assassin dynasty fell continuously. Those who went out to carry out missions all ended in failure. Someone was targeting them as if there was a great hatred. It's the human race's divine physique that's collecting the 5-colored precious stones. Finally, on this day, the mortal world released a shocking piece of information. They had looted another corporation and finally found some clues by following the vines to the melon. The world was in an uproar when this news came out. What was Yi Fan trying to do? He dared to plunder the 5-colored precious stones everywhere. Did he really want to build an altar and leave this world? Many people knew that he had gone to the outer realm and had returned successfully. They were full of curiosity towards him and wanted to know the truth. Why do I feel like he's fleeing from a disaster and urgently wants to leave? What exactly is going on? On that day, Yi Fan and the people around him refuted the rumors. They said that they weren't the ones purchasing the 5-colored precious stones and that they didn't know who was doing it, so they shouldn't make unnecessary associations. In less than 2 days, an ancient race formation master revealed a heavenly secret. Someone had used a small piece of Daluo silver essence to persuade him to leave the mountain and enter a mysterious place to be in charge of repairing a corner of the formation patterns. You're still saying it's not the human race's divine physique, Yi Fan? Only he can take out such a priceless divine material. According to that great master, he was brought to a very mysterious place. There was a 5-colored altar that was almost complete, and each great master was only in charge of a small area. As long as they could repair it, they would have completed their mission. Everyone was shaken and the world was shocked. Did the human race's divine physique really have such a great skill? He had restored a 5-colored altar. Was he really going to open the path to the outer realm? I'll repeat myself. This matter is definitely done by someone else. It has nothing to do with me. Yi Fan stood out once again to refute the rumors. He then no longer showed his face. Which madman is doing all of this? Why is he doing this? People were confused. They felt that a storm was brewing. Something big was definitely going to happen. Chapter 881. The commotion became more and more intense. Later on, many people in the 5 regions believed that someone was building a 5-colored sacrificial altar that would lead to the outer realm. All the major corporations bought the precious stones from all over the world. The price kept rising, and the supply couldn't keep up with the demand. They had vaguely replaced the source and became the most precious currency among the cultivators. In the heavenly village, Chi Luo asked suspiciously, "You guys really didn't do it?" Everything was left to the Black Emperor. It really wasn't me. Yi Fan sat cross-legged on the cliff and absorbed strand after strand of essence into his body. What a shameful extravagance. How much source energy is used up? It's too wasteful. Chi Luo felt distressed and couldn't understand. This emperor wants to conduct a grand research to see if we can restore the 5-colored sacrificial altar of the ancient emperors and open the path to the outer realm, the Black Emperor said shamelessly. Just for this? Chi Luo asked. What else do you think? The Black Emperor trained the 2 Silver Blood Emperors while immersing himself in comprehending the formation patterns. You guys are too extravagant. How many people do you have to kill to earn so much source energy? Chi Luo felt his heart ache. It's fine. Yi Fan dug up 6 or 7 dragon veins a while ago and obtained a lot. It's enough for us to squander. Li Tian waved his hand and said generously. What are you guys trying to do? Chi Luo didn't believe their words. Someone wants to smash a group of enemies to death with source energy. Li Heishui didn't care at all. He was barbecuing breakfast at the side. The meat was golden and fragrant. Smash who? Little Kay held a milk bottle and blinked her big eyes. She stood at the side and stared at the fragrant roasted meat. Unfortunately, she was still too young to eat this kind of meat. Tong Tong and the 2 spirit children were enjoying their breakfast and showing off in front of the little girl. In the end, the little girl smashed her milk bottle. There's a group of unknown people. After learning that Yi Fan is about to leave, they will most likely use all kinds of methods to cause trouble and lure them out, Yan Ishi explained. What if they don't come? It's fine even if they don't come. Just treat it as gathering materials for the Black Emperor so that he can go further in the field of formation patterns, Yi Fan said. Kid, you really have a good eye. This is a good investment. I like you more and more. The Black Emperor grinned from the side, laughing so hard that he wanted to beat him up. He was like a big-tailed wolf, as fake as he could be. It browsed through all kinds of ancient texts, all of which were formation pattern treasures purchased at heavenly grade. Then, it raised its head and raised its no longer bald tail. It crossed the void and entered a secret area. There was a 5-colored altar that was currently being constructed. The more secretive it was, the more curious people became, and the more they wanted to get to the bottom of it. Yi Fan and the others were very mysterious, which naturally aroused the curiosity of many cultivators. The mystery of the 5-colored altar drew more and more people's attention. Now, many people believed that it was about to be completed and that it was about to be opened. Some people believed that it would lead to outer space. Did you all know that it is actually the ancient races who are collecting precious stones? They aren't human cultivators at all. They want to enter the star domain and embark on their return journey. This ancient star originally didn't have so many races. Even the humans appeared later, and the so-called 10,000 archaic races all crossed over from outer space. As for the natives, they had long since disappeared. Some people speculated that this was a large operation by the 10,000 archaic races. They were going to enter deep into the star domain and embark on their return journey to search for primitive ancient stars. Everyone has been misled. Do you all remember that there is a path leading to outer space in the Marvel's Manor? It is about to open, and a group of young heroes will be sent over. They are the ones who are collecting precious stones. During this period of time, all kinds of speculations were made. People ignored this matter itself and raised it to another level. Wrong, everyone guessed wrong. It should be the work of the human race's sacred physique. Did you all forget? He left this star domain in the past and then came back. It is clear that he learned of the five-colored altar's secret in outer space and can now travel through the starry skies. As soon as this speculation was made, an uproar broke out. Many people began to mutter. Yi Fan was the only person who had successfully traveled between the cosmos. If it was him, then it really was possible. During this period of time, a few other major events happened that couldn't help but raise people's eyebrows. There were even some that caught the attention of the ancient races. The southern demon finally severed his Tao. On the day of his Tao completion, 9 great demon stars appeared in the heavens. Each one of them suppressed the sun and traversed the entire southern mountains, shocking the world. Demon stars, according to the ancient records of the human race, were stars that foretold calamity. The ones with the least harm were like comets. On the day the southern demon severed his Tao, 9 of the strongest demon stars appeared. It was truly shocking. On this day, the entire world was shaken and everyone was discussing it. The appearance of 9 great demon stars was a miraculous sight rarely seen throughout the ages. It was rumored that from ancient times until now, only the Azure Emperor had such a miraculous sight when he was young. Some people connected the 9 great demon stars that hung across the southern mountains together and discovered that they looked like an emperor's crown. This made people even more astonished. This kind of Tao-severing miraculous sight was truly shocking. Everyone was filled with reverence towards the demonic imperial palace. Could it be that a great emperor of the demonic race would appear in the future? Almost at the same time, several other major events happened. Some people were happy, while others were worried. Grievous news came from the Jiuli dynasty in the Middle Continent. The 5th Prince Shenli, whom they had placed all their hopes on, failed to sever his Tao and passed away on the Tao platform. His decades of cultivation were all for naught. In the eastern wastelands, the Tao One Holy Ground's old holy master died in seclusion and turned into a skeleton. He was 2,875 years old. The older generation could not help but grieve. Although many of them were lifelong enemies, they did not have as much enmity anymore. They could only lament that their time was running out. Almost at the same time, the Holy Master of Grand Yen passed away. Sky Demon Palace also sent out news that a 3,600-year-old demon king had turned into a skeleton. Moreover, the Sky Demon Palace master passed away at the same time. It could be said to be a double blow. Losing 2 important figures caused the Sky Demon Palace to be in a gloomy fog. People could not help but sigh. The end of one era meant the rise of another. For the older generation, it was the end of their twilight years. Not long after, another shocking news came and attracted the attention of the world. Hua Yunfei and the Western Desert Buddhist female bodhisattva, Zhu Qing, fought fiercely and destroyed the famous Amitba mountain range. The 5 regions were shaken. Unfortunately, the world did not know who won and who lost. Not long after, an old monk from an ancient temple revealed that Zhu Qing had returned alive, but his injuries were not light. As for Hua Yunfei, people did not know whether he was dead or alive, let alone whether he won or lost. That old monk did not say much. In the past, the Central Emperor, Southern Demon, and Western Bodhisattva stood side by side. Now, Hua Yunfei could already fight a decisive battle against Western Bodhisattva. He wanted to seize her Buddhist origin. His growth was terrifying. The heaven-devouring demonic art once again became a shadow in people's hearts. A few ancient sects allied together and sent out experts. Everyone wanted to capture him. If he was allowed to grow, the danger would be too great. In the future, countless experts from the great sects would become his prey. He has always been low-key. He would rather enter ancient tombs to search for corpses than wantonly bring disaster to the world. Has he finally become unrestrained? Heavenly Villages, Yi Fan muttered to himself. A few days later, another piece of news came out. Wavering Light Saint Child took action and displayed his terrifying battle prowess. He chased after Wang Teng for 300,000 li. Once the holy light appeared, all methods turned to ashes. It was difficult for it to touch the body. It illuminated the entire northern prairie, leaving many cultivators terrified. They couldn't endure that type of pressure. In this battle, Wavering Light Saint Child displayed a terrifying strength, killing Wang Teng until he couldn't retaliate at all. The glorious North Emperor was someone who stood side by side with the Central Emperor, Southern Demon, and Western Bodhisattva. Just how formidable was he? All of the sects under the heavens were optimistic about his future. However, ever since he was wiped out by Yi Fan more than 10 years ago, his reputation plummeted. However, his strength was still there, and few people could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Now, he suffered a great defeat again. The reason why Wavering Light Saint Child took action was extremely simple. Wang Ting killed one of his junior brothers. Of course, this was only what Wavering Light said. As for whether or not he killed anyone, no one knew. He did it for the former character of the 9 secrets. When Heavenly Village's people heard the news, they came to this conclusion. Yi Fan had also been searching for Wang Ting this entire time, but unfortunately, he didn't find any clues. In this battle, Wang Teng was almost crippled. Wavering Light Saint Child chased him for 150,000 kilometers. His body was split into pieces, and in the end, a crane appeared and took his head. It's that crane again. The ancient Chaos Emperor's inheritance was given to him by that old crane. It carried him away when he was young. Yi Fan and the others were astonished after hearing this. The crane took action and saved Wang Teng. Although Wavering Light Saint Child didn't succeed, he still killed another person. The only survivor of the Divine Spirit Valley, the Purple Sky Phoenix, was connected to Wang Teng. She led a group of people to ambush Wang Teng, but they were all killed by Wavering Light Saint Child. None of them could escape. Wang Teng is finished. He's become a stepping stone for Wavering Light. I'm afraid he won't be able to accomplish anything from now on, Li Heishui said. Not necessarily. If he keeps losing and completely shattering his Tao heart, he might be able to recast a demon embryo in the future, Duanda said. Losing once or twice isn't enough. He has to keep losing. Can't you be more abnormal? Li Tian said. Forget it. This kind of cultivation level isn't something you guys can understand. Fatty Duan shook his butt and went for a walk in the cemetery of the Heavenly Village. In his words, looking at these graves made his mood very good. However, Qi Luo's mood was very bad. He wanted nothing more than to scrape him off. He ordered a few assassins to keep an eye on him all day long. If he dared to rob the graves, he would immediately report it and be hunted down together. Black Emperor, have you finished engraving the Wuxia killing formation? This time, I've prepared rare natural treasures for you. You can unleash their power at the crucial moment, right? Yi Fan asked. During these past few days, the Black Emperor had been very busy. Yi Fan had spent an astronomical amount of money to gather 5-colored precious stones for him. He had also bought all kinds of ancient books on formation patterns. It wasn't that he didn't have conditions to let him engrave the killing formation. Now, he had already completed 5 formation patterns, and only the last one was left. It was obviously incomparably detailed and much more exquisite than before. It was only for the sake of unleashing the greatest power. A corner is enough. You made me make so many. Do you want me to tire myself to death? The large black dog stuck out his large scarlet tongue. He was extremely unwilling. A month later, the secret of the 5-colored altar was finally gradually revealed. Another formation pattern grandmaster revealed the truth. It was a valley, and it was in the north region. Moreover, the person in charge was undoubtedly the human race's Saint Physique because he had seen that large black dog. The 5-colored altar was almost complete. It was constructed according to the formation pattern that the human race's Saint Physique had brought back from the outer region. Only some details were repaired by them. Do you guys know that the human race's Saint Physique, Yi Fan, is about to open the ancient path of the galaxy? I've heard. He'll be crossing the galaxy in a few days. It's really shocking. Afterwards, people discovered that the old saint of the Merak Stone Square, Wei Yi, had disappeared. It was rumored that he had been taken away by Yi Fan to guard the 5-colored altar in case something unexpected happened. The human world and hell mobilized on a large scale, wanting to destroy the five-colored altar wantonly. Then, they followed the clues and found an important clue. They announced it to the public. The five-colored altar was in a desolate mountain range in the west of the North region. Moreover, they believed that the five-colored altar really was about to be completed, that it would be opened in a few days. They were mortal enemies with Yi Fan. Now that they were doing so much, Heaven's Village's people didn't get angry, instead laughing. 2 days later, news spread from the North region. Wu Zhongtian and Jiang Huiran had appeared. They were trapped in the 9 Underworlds mountain, and they were calling for help. On the same day, someone in the South region consigned a jade sculpture. It was a beautiful woman, and the seller said that there was a real person. If anyone was willing, they could bid for it at a high price. This woman's name was Lin Jia, and she came from the outer region. This caused a great commotion. Moreover, on this night, shocking news spread from the central region. A celestial medicine had appeared in the Broken Heaven mountain range. It had taken the form of a human, and wherever it passed, its fragrance filled the mountains. Someone carved out its appearance. It was actually a little girl. Her skin was fair and delicate, and there were tear stains on her little face. She looked exactly like little Nan Nan. Chapter 882. In the eastern wasteland, shocking waves struck the heavens as tens of thousands of waves surged. After the news spread, everyone could not remain calm. Many people could not sit still anymore. With the completion of the five-colored altar, Yi Fan would leave this ancient star region and cross the sky to enter the unknown ancient stars. This was a huge wave. And now, the series of events that had happened at this critical juncture made people realize that it was related to him. Someone was targeting him. Lin Jia, apart from a few people, was previously unknown to everyone. She had been carved into a beautiful jade statue by someone, and was actually a woman from outside the wastelands. This caused many people to be moved, and many people wanted to bid for her. Soon, some people spread the secret. This beautiful woman came from the same place as Yi Fan and was his old friend. Auctioning this woman at this critical juncture must be to ignite the anger of the human race's holy body and make it impossible for him to cross the star region. This is specifically targeted at him. People had reason to believe that Yi Fan would be seething with anger when he heard this news. This was a provocation that was close to humiliation. Selling his companion like a commodity was a provocation. Some people went to verify this. The Hu family of the Eastern Wasteland was in charge of this auction. Even the slogans were spread. The fairy from the outer realm is exceptionally intelligent. The fusion of different civilizations can produce brilliant light. It is like the wisdom of 1,000 years of enlightenment. The southern region erupted into commotion that day. Many people wanted to take action, all of them determined to win, wishing to get involved. Of course, those who had friendly relations with Yi Fan all broke out in cold sweat for him. They were clearly trying to lure him into a trap. In the central region, the situation was even worse. Little Nan Nan's tear-stained appearance attracted attention from all directions. Many people recognized at first glance that the so-called immortal medicine was the little girl who used to be at Yi Fan's side. She was the pitiful little tail that had been missing for many years and had finally reappeared. Yi Fan was about to activate the five-colored altar and cross the starry sky. Little Nan Nan's appearance at this time made him feel uneasy. He had no choice but to save her. This was also a difficult problem. The Broken Sky mountain range was not a good place. It was not a place that ordinary people could enter. It stretched across the sky, and astral winds howled. There was a divine wind of the great path blowing, and ordinary people would be turned into ashes if they went there. For the human race's divine physique, this is a great calamity. Anything is enough to stop him from crossing the star domain. Someone wants to stop him. Even though he knows that there is danger, he still has to go. This is a great disaster, and I really don't know how he is going to get through it. Unless he has a heart of stone and doesn't save a single person. After careful analysis, everyone could predict that someone had done this. It would definitely unite all the people who were hostile to Yi Fan. The southern region auction house and the central region Broken Sky mountain range would definitely become a land of bloodshed. Not only were there people who were secretly targeting him, but there were also others who were waiting to act. They would form a combined force that was unimaginably powerful. In just one night, the atmosphere of the entire East Continent had changed. It was suffocating and oppressive, as if a storm was brewing. Not long ago, people were still discussing the mystery of the rainbow altar, but now, it had developed to this extent. All of this was because Yi Fan was about to leave, and this type of unforeseen event occurred. I can already smell the pungent stench of blood, as if I can see the shadows of blades, mountains of corpses, and seas of blood. This time, I don't know how many people will die. An old cultivator sighed. This was an instinctive premonition. At this moment, everything was extremely peaceful. However, everyone knew that this was only the surface. Murderous intent would definitely erupt at a certain moment. Everyone was waiting. They all had a premonition that this would inevitably be a crazy wave that would engulf the entire East Continent. A few declining old cultivators who already had one foot in the coffin felt their hearts palpitate. They repeatedly warned the people beside them not to get involved. However, how many people would listen? Who would believe them? In the heavenly village, Qi Luo's expression was heavy. There was a haze in his heart. Everything in the outside world was too bad for the celestial court, or to be more precise, for Yi Fan. Do you have any countermeasures? Yi Fan sat cross-legged on the cliff. Innate essence was inhaling and exhaling from every pore, making his body look like a golden glaze without a trace of impurities. Radiance illuminated his body. He was very calm and said, "Everything is under control." When Qi Luo heard this, he almost flipped the stone table. He said angrily, "Still under control? It's all because of your rainbow altar. How can you still be so calm?" "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. When the time comes, I'll still need Elder Qi's help," Yi Fan said solemnly. "Alright, even you aren't worried, so what do I have to worry about? The weather is really good. I'm going to bask in the sun." Qi Luo walked down the mountain with his hands behind his back. Beside him, the pink little bird followed him. Ancestor Qi, that damn fatty, disappeared from the cemetery. Someone at the foot of the mountain transmitted anxiously. "What? Damn it. Go and kill him." Qi Luo couldn't stay calm anymore. He rushed toward the cemetery as if his butt was on fire. It had to be said that Duanda's hobby was very unconventional. He liked to take a walk in the cemetery. In his words, he felt a sense of familiarity when he saw the ancient tombs and the stone tablets. It was much better than those gardens with flowers and plants. He would roam around the killer's cemetery whenever he had nothing to do. This made many killers want to chase him to the ends of the earth. They hated him to the core. Indeed, there are some unexpected things. We need to discuss it. At night, the bonfire flickered. A group of people surrounded the bonfire. None of them were anxious or uneasy. They were all very calm and composed, which made Qi Luo secretly nod his head. Wu Zhongtian and Jiang Huiran are trapped in the Nine Serenities Mountain. We don't know if it's true or not. We have to make a trip there. Brother Heishui will handle this matter. Yi Fan said. This time, there was bound to be a bloody storm. They couldn't spare too many people. They asked Li Heishui to invite the bandits, especially the old bastard. Even if he couldn't make a move due to the agreement at the Jade Lake, he had to go and oversee the situation to avoid any accidents. That night, Li Heishui left and disappeared under the starry sky. They discussed for a long time, deducing which enemies would appear. Qi Luo was a little bewildered. These people were too calm and didn't have a trace of worry. He couldn't help but admire them. Elder Qi, it's time to trouble you. Can you find out the bottom line of the two divine dynasties? Who will make a move and how strong will they be? Finally, Yi Fan looked at him. Qi Luo muttered to himself. This was a difficult problem. The two divine dynasties of killers were too secretive. People didn't know where their ancient palaces were. They couldn't even attack them. How could they find out? I have two important chess pieces that have been lying in ambush for almost 700 years. I didn't dare to contact them all this time. Now, it seems like they'll be put to use. They asked if they could find the highest sacred palace of the divine dynasty of killers. In the end, Qi Luo shook his head. It would be good enough if they could find a few small worlds. There was no need to think about their headquarters. Everything was carried out in full swing. Time was of the essence. During these 2 days, all the powers were on the move. Those who wanted to interfere were mobilizing their troops and making arrangements. Bad news came from the southern region. A group of ancient race people were about to make a move. They transported more than half a square of divine source to bid for Lin Jia. It was clear that they wanted to go against Yifan. There was also news that the people from the primitive lake had also set off for the southern region to participate in the auction. This was a great ancient imperial clan. If they participated, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Jia is worth so many divine sources. In that case, if we sell ourselves one day, we can also get a sky-high price. There are so many people watching. Pang Bo laughed at himself and clenched his fists. Meanwhile, even more people had gathered at the Broken Heaven mountain range. There was a divine wind of the great Tao there, and it was difficult for ordinary people to approach. However, there were still many elites who came. Some people had already climbed up with difficulty. They sent back accurate news that the top was filled with the fragrance of celestial medicine. With a hurried glance, they saw a little girl moving with the wind. She was delicate and lovely, and she was sobbing softly. Many people said that they were determined to obtain this little girl. No matter who she had followed in the past, they would do everything they could to snatch her today. What arrogant words! Are they going to refine the little girl like an immortal medicine? I really want to see who has this kind of mentality, and who wants to make a move. The large black dog sneered. Finally, Qi Luo brought back news. It was extremely important, and when he said it, everyone present felt a wave of fear. The two great assassin god dynasties were determined to ambush Yifan this time, and they sent out a large number of assassins. It could be said that they had mobilized a large force, and it was almost as if they had swarmed out, causing everyone to tremble in fear. The assassin god dynasty, Hell. There were 18 small worlds, and they were known as the 18 levels of Hell. In the past, Yifan had destroyed one of them when he was undergoing tribulation. This time, 5 prisons were mobilized, and there would be 5 masters of the small world's leading assassins. The assassin god dynasty, Human world. For masters of the small worlds would appear, and they would lead countless assassins to attack Yifan. As long as he appeared, there would be a bloodbath. It was rumored that he possessed a saint weapon. Apart from that, their divine sons and divine daughters had also been mobilized. The two great ancient assassin organizations would destroy Yifan and the people around him at all costs, not giving them a chance to survive. To be able to dig out such important information, it was enough to show how deep Qi Luo's chess pieces were. It had been close to 700 years, and he had only begun to use them now. If we can completely wipe out these people, it will be equivalent to cutting off one of the ancient assassin god dynasty's legs. It will be more than a quarter of their strength. Qi Luo said coldly. I wonder who will come and what kind of major characters will face the tribulation. Hua Yunfei, Yao Guang's saint's son, divine daughter, ancient prince, it would be best if they all come. Duanda wished for the world to be in chaos. I only hope that malicious ghost, Lu Yunji, and the others will appear and not disappoint us, Pang Bo said. They discussed for a long time. Yifan frankly said that as long as he appeared, no matter where he was, he would most likely immediately become the main battlefield. However, after thinking for a long time, he said, let's use the Broken Sky mountain range as the main battlefield. After that, he began to make arrangements. He let Pang Bo, the Black Emperor, Li Tian, and the others go to the Broken Sky mountain range first. They would first guard everything and wait for him to arrive so that they could attack together. On this day, Yifan, Duanda, and the monkey set out for the southern region. They hurried to the important place where Lin Jia was going to be auctioned. Am I going to cause too much killing? Yi Fan muttered to himself along the way. It's fine. You're just a little unkind. You can't be considered wicked. It's just so, the wicked Taoist Duanda evaluated. It's no big deal. Some people deserve to be executed. The monkey laughed loudly and patted his shoulder. Yi Fan entered the southern region in a high-profile manner. He didn't hide anything and caused everyone to know about it. He released a message asking his old friends who were going to the Broken Sky mountain range to be lenient. Whoever could protect the little girl would be richly rewarded. This clearly showed that he still had to rush to the Broken Sky mountain range after rescuing Lin Jia. He was going to launch a great punitive expedition and fight everywhere. A bloodbath was unavoidable. Now I realize that you're a little wicked. Duanda cursed because he knew the inside story. A great storm was brewing in the southern region. One of the top 10 corporations, the Hu clan, was going to auction the Outer Realm ferry. The collision of the radiance of different civilizations was comparable to 1,000 years of Tao comprehension. Many people were moved. And now, Yi Fan had come to rescue his old friend, Lin Jia. There was bound to be a great uproar. It was impossible to be kind. Everyone knew that a great storm of blood had begun. Chapter 883. Zilan City was a beautiful city located in the southern region. The city was clean and tidy, and everything was in order. Both sides of the streets were filled with purple orchid trees. This kind of fragrant wood was as translucent as amethyst and was several meters tall. Each cluster of flowers seemed to be carved from purple agate and had an intoxicating fragrance. It's really not bad. In the future, if I want to make a cemetery, I'll plant some purple orchid trees, said Duanda. His bad habit was acting up again. The entire city was filled with the fragrance of orchids that refreshed one's heart. It was very livable. Walking on the streets made one feel refreshed and at peace. The Guyu auction house was located in a relatively quiet area of Zilan City. However, today, it was noisy and overcrowded with people. It was difficult to enter and exit. There were 2 enormous chelons in front of the door that flickered with radiance. They were carved from golden chalcedony, possessing a type of grandeur, and even more a type of wealth, dignified and heroic. Inside the auction house, there were richly carved beams and painted rafters. There were giant screens, antique chairs, and thick pillars with dragons and phoenixes coiled around them. Fairies from outside the region. A clash of different civilizations. Interesting. An ancient race youth holding a folding fan laughed. Beside him, a person wearing a devil mask walked in with his head held high. A group of people followed around him, carrying a pile of divine sources. Clearly, they were determined to win. I heard that this woman is related to the holy Fiziki fan. Will there be trouble if he bids like this? Another person discussed in a low voice. The highest bidder wins. Does he want to rob us? Someone said in a dark voice. It was obvious that some people didn't really come for the auction and wanted to target Yi Fan. Even if they couldn't win, they would still find some trouble. He doesn't know the meaning of death. The monkey muttered to himself in the distance. At this time, Yi Fan, Duanda, and the others had already entered. However, they had changed their appearances so that they wouldn't attract too much attention. Everyone knew that he would definitely appear today. Everyone, please be quiet. The auction will now begin. An old man over 60 years old went on stage. He struck the wooden hammer and began to preside over the meeting. At first, there was no commotion. All kinds of materials, weapons, and pills were auctioned off peacefully. There was no climax even when a king weapon appeared. Only when the last saint's letter appeared did it cause a commotion. However, it was only 7 or 8 pages and was badly damaged. Even so, many people competed to bid for it. Finally, the white-haired old man knocked on the table and raised his voice. Next, we will auction the fairies from outside the region. The highest bidder wins. Boom! Finally, the tranquil Guyu auction house was ignited. In an instant, it became noisy, the clamor soared to the heavens, all kinds of ear-piercing sounds. Many people stood up. Among them, half of them didn't pay attention to the tall platform, instead searching through the crowd, clearly searching for Yifan's figure, paying more attention to him. They hid themselves quite well. There is a powerful assassin, but right now, I can only sense a few strands of aura. They are all hidden within ordinary people. No one dared to make a move. This place was full of crooks and honest people. If they really wanted to do something, it would probably involve dozens or even hundreds of big powers. Even the Killer God dynasty wouldn't dare to make a move. The so-called fairy from outside the region, why hasn't she come out yet? The auction has already started. Why don't you let us see her? Someone shouted. That's right. Who knows if she's from the sky or a random girl from a brothel? Let us see her first. The Guyu auction house was huge. At this time, there were tens of thousands of people sitting below. This place had the law of space. Sorry, this girl's origin is extraordinary. The collision of different civilizations is comparable to 1,000 years of Tao enlightenment. Only a few spots will be auctioned here. After that, we will go to another place to bid. The old man on the stage said. The audience was in chaos. Many people weren't satisfied. Some didn't buy it and stood up, shouting non-stop. However, it couldn't change anything. The old man on the stage continued. Only those with 800,000 kilograms of origin could enter the next round and go to another place to bid. What? 800,000 kilograms of origin? Are you guys crazy? It's just a girl. No matter how precious she is, she's not worth that much. You don't have to be so ruthless to cheat people. Is there any justice in this world? Even if she's from outside the region, it shouldn't be so ridiculous. In the midst of cursing, more than 10 groups of people went up the stage. Some put down a small piece of the 9 heaven sequences divine jade, some threw down a small piece of Daluo silver essence, and some put down a few big pieces of divine origin. The hall quickly quieted down. Everyone knew that these were not ordinary people. They were probably here for the human race's holy physique, Yifan. The fairy from outside the region was just an extra for them. A tense atmosphere pervaded the air, making people feel stifled. People seemed to smell blood and saw the shadows of blades, white bones, and rivers of blood. Through this auction, the enemies of the human race's holy physique have formed an alliance. Many people know that they will definitely work together to kill him. I think some people probably have spatial artifacts on them. Now it looks like it's just one person, but when the time comes, thousands of troops will appear. A few old cultivators were discussing in a low voice. They firmly held on to their nephews, telling them to talk less and watch more, and not to run around. More than 10 groups of people went up the stage and were led to another hall that was not open to the public. They left behind a ground full of shining treasures that people couldn't open their eyes. The most ordinary one was the divine origin, and the rest were all precious and rare divine materials. Duanda's heart skipped a beat. Malicious ghosts have his aura. He stared at a stone that was as red as blood on the stage. There were all kinds of complicated Tao patterns on it. Even the people from the auction house didn't know what it was, but they estimated it to be more than 1,000,000 kilograms of origin. Duanda made a certain conclusion. The person who held this blood stone must have had frequent contact with malicious ghosts. There was an aura on it that made his hair stand on end. Finally here? But I think it's more likely that he's rushing to the Broken Heaven mountain range. Maybe he's just a small character. Yifan muttered to himself. In the end, Yifan and the others also went up the stage. After a long time, they entered another luxurious ancient hall. It was filled with paintings of famous people, and even the teacups they used had a great history. In the center of the ancient hall was an altar, and there was a flickering formation pattern on it. More than 10 groups of people had already disappeared. They looked at each other and then stepped onto the altar. With a flash of light, they finally appeared in a desert. A magnificent building stood in front of them, and it looked extremely strange. This was one of the few deserts in the southern region. Normally, no one would step on it. The Guyu auction house said frankly that they were afraid of a war and couldn't do it in the city. In the grand hall, more than 10 groups of people sat cross-legged. Some of them revealed a cold smile. They had a special method and knew that Yifan had come. Those who are not involved have left. Now it's time for the main show. When can we kill the human Saint Physique? A hoarse voice came over. His entire body was covered in black armor, and even his head and face were covered. This old man is only in charge of the auction. The one on the stage was still that old man with grizzled hair. He said, "The highest bidder will get the outer realm ferry." Although they were in the desert, the atmosphere in the hall was extremely cold. More than 10 groups of people emitted a terrifying killing intent, and some of them had already stared at Yifan and the others. That's fine. Doesn't that girl come from the same place as the human Saint Physique? They are old friends. A young man frivolously said, "Then I'll bid for her and use her as a slave." It could be said that this was a naked humiliation. He knew that Yifan had come, but he still said this. He didn't give him any face, and it was simply a slap in the face. Duanda transmitted his voice and said, "He's not a simple king tier. He looks very young on the surface, but who knows how long he has lived. The vicissitudes in his eyes can't be concealed, and the astonishing killing intent in his body has been sealed. He's most likely a master of a small world from the god dynasty of assassins. Since he's already here, there's no need to rush. He's already entered the trap, and the human Saint Physique is trapped here alive. What else can't we wait for? Let's just slowly stew him," another person said miserably with a hint of mockery and ridicule. No wonder he's so confident. He has a saint weapon on him. Duanda was horrified. He secretly reminded Yifan and the monkey that this was most likely a realm lord from hell. Since he's an old friend of the human Saint Physique, I have no choice but to bid for him. Wouldn't it be a great achievement to serve as a maid and warm the bed? A young man from the primitive lake said with extreme humiliation. Human Saint Physique, you're finished. The people from the fallen wing race were even more direct. Their eyes flickered as they looked at Yifan, Duanda, and the monkey. Lu Dongfa had died in the hands of Yifan, and they had also come. 2 old men stood side by side in front of them. They were both at the peak of the king tier, and they both held an 8 treasures demonic bottle that emitted a shocking pressure. It's the magic sealing bottle. Duanda was shocked. This kind of bottle could confine space, render all formation patterns ineffective, and disintegrate all power of laws. It could turn this place into a wasteland without divine laws of order. Yifan, it's been so many years, and I've missed you so much. We finally meet again. I've been looking forward to our reunion at all times. I really want to see your shocked face. The strange man covered in black armor spoke. He was so eerie that he seemed to have come from the 9 layers of hell. That's him. He's filled with the aura of a malicious ghost. Duanda was an expert, and he immediately saw through the clues. At the same time, a chill rose from his body. He knew how terrifying malicious ghosts were through this person. In that case, it must be an old friend who crossed the starry sky with me and came to this world, Yifan muttered to himself. The others were incomparably calm, and their expressions were even colder. One could imagine that they would definitely make a move at the crucial moment. They would use their spatial artifacts, and the entire desert might turn into a magnificent army. More than a dozen groups of people represented more than a dozen abnormally powerful and terrifying super forces. On the high platform, the old man was incomparably calm. He followed the prescribed order and continued to host the auction. Lin Jia still hadn't appeared. Moreover, everyone had to first show their treasures and pile them up in front of the auction stage before they could bid. 1 million kilograms of divine source to make the human race's divine physique confidant a female slave. The seemingly young realm lord of the god of assassins dynasty laughed heartily. There was a hint of cruelty in his laughter. I also want a female servant like this. The young man from the primitive lake spoke. The 2 old men behind him presented a large pile of divine source. Not long after, the high platform was piled up with divine materials. All kinds of rare treasures were dazzling, and they flickered with light. It was incomparably dazzling. There weren't many people, and most of them didn't move. They had been watching coldly from the sidelines. They weren't that interested in the Outer Realm Fairy, and their main goal was to kill Yi Fan. After a while, someone finally couldn't hold it in any longer and said, "Everyone, have you played enough? Let's kill the turtle in the jar first." "That's true. He's already entered the jar himself. He's been simmering for so long, and it's almost time." Someone laughed coldly. Swoosh. At this moment, Yi Fan revealed his true appearance. There was no need to hide at all, and he stood up. The person whose entire body was covered in black armor was the most excited. Like a night owl crying, he said coldly, "Yi Fan, do you know who I am? I've always been waiting for this opportunity to meet you. I really want to see that shocked and terrified expression on your face." Yi Fan said indifferently, "Unfortunately, you're destined to be disappointed. No matter if it's the past or the present, you're just a small fish." This person's energy was extremely heavy. He breathed heavily, and only after a long time did he calm down. "Wait until you know who I am. You'll regret it. Actually, I really want to know which Dao friend took action this time to organize this grand auction, allowing so many of us to coincidentally gather together to kill the divine physique." A king-level figure asked this question. The others also wanted to know. "Thank you all for your generous gifts." Yi Fan walked forward with large steps and collected all kinds of rare treasures on the high platform. He then said in a loud voice, "It was me who set up this trap to kill myself." Chapter 884. Everyone present was petrified, including the humans and the ancients. Everyone was dumbfounded. All of this was unexpected and made them feel uneasy. Even the cold and calm assassins of the divine dynasty felt a chill run down their spines. They felt that the seemingly harmless young man in front of them was extremely dangerous. In order to trap and kill the enemy, he had even schemed against himself. Who was the bait? It was frightening. "I don't like to fall into the rhythm of others." Yi Fan stood on the high platform, calm and composed. He looked down at the people below and said, "Rather than waiting for you all to set up a trap and force me to come out with all kinds of methods, it would be better for me to design it myself and satisfy your desires. Of course, the result will be a completely different appearance, and I will be the one to lead you away." What a grand scheme. You've already set up a trap since the five-colored altar and laid so many foundations. The heart of a peak king from the fallen winged race sank, and his expression became extremely unsightly. Everything about the five-colored altar was very mysterious. During the construction process, all information was tightly sealed, making it difficult for people to inquire about it. But when people racked their brains to investigate, everything fell into the rhythm of Yi Fan, and they were all led forward by him. The so-called star domain traversal was merely a catalyst, a kind of foreshadowing. There was a trap within a trap, and it would be used one after another. People would fall into the trap and do their utmost to investigate, and in the end, a new trap would automatically be born. When they found out the truth and learned that Yi Fan wanted to leave this ancient planet, their instinctive thinking was naturally to stop and kill him, not allowing him to cross the universe. And at this time, Yi Fan added fuel to the fire, setting up another trap, and Lin Jia was auctioned off. At this time, regardless of whether Lin Jia existed or not, the people in the dark would understand that someone wanted to deal with Yi Fan. Those who hated him would naturally attack, forming a joint force. If it weren't for the Lin Jia incident, there would have been people who would have used sinister methods to make Yi Fan stay. Yi Fan satisfied them by taking the initiative to set up a small trap. Moreover, he used such an abnormal method to kill himself and unite his enemies together. Yi Fan stared at the mysterious person whose entire body was covered in black armor and said, "Even if you knew that Lin Jia wasn't here, you would still rush here because you believed that someone was targeting me and wanted to eliminate me. You wanted to help." During this process, he observed the reactions of the black-clothed men, using his powerful spiritual sense to capture the fluctuations of their divine sense. He wanted to determine whether or not Lin Jia had fallen into their hands. You knew I was coming? The man in black armor took a few steps back. Yi Fan smiled coldly. After getting the answer he wanted to know, he no longer cared. Then, he looked at the others and sensed the fluctuations of their divine senses. His expression turned cold and he revealed a trace of killing intent. Everyone knew that things were bad. They had fallen into a trap. They rushed out of the magnificent palace and appeared in the desert. They each found an advantageous position to defend themselves. That was because it seemed very difficult to escape. At this moment, the end of the desert was a vast expanse of whiteness. All kinds of mist rose up and flowed like primal chaos. There are so many of us here. What is there to be afraid of? There are even high-level king tiers here. Isn't it enough to kill 3 of them? Someone said coldly. However, the others remained silent. They weren't forcing Yi Fan into a trap. Rather, they had been put into a trap. Who knew what kind of trap was laid out here? There's no need to be afraid. The 2 elders from the fallen winged race stepped forward. They held the 8 treasures demonic bottle in their hands and exuded an astonishing pressure that disintegrated the surrounding power of laws. Indeed, there's nothing to be afraid of. The outcome is irreversible. I came here to end his life. The black-clothed man regained his composure and strode forward. It's been more than 20 years. I've never stopped looking forward to this reunion. Yi Fan, it's time for you to regret it. He forcefully removed his helmet, wanting to reveal his true appearance. Yi Fan smiled calmly and said, "Return in glory?" I've said it before. In my eyes, you'll always be a small fry. Do you really know who I am? The black-clothed man was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He seemed to be incomparably agitated as he clenched his fists tightly. Aren't you the most useless Li Changqing? You've never improved, Yi Fan said lightly. Clang. Li Changqing forcefully smashed his helmet into the distant palace hall, revealing his true appearance. His expression was almost sinister, and his entire body was trembling. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. He had originally thought that he would be able to make a glorious entrance and see Yi Fan's stunned and terrified expression. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't care at all. It was as if he had already predicted everything. It was as if he had meticulously prepared a great show, but in the end, no one was watching. It was as if he had punched the air, and it was as uncomfortable as it could be. More than 20 years had passed. Li Changqing's appearance hadn't changed much, only becoming a bit paler. It was as if he didn't see sunlight all year round and lived in the darkness. Yi Fan, no matter what you predicted, no matter how brilliant and heroic you think you are, there is one thing you can't change, and that is that you must die. No one can save you. Li Changqing went crazy. He had endured bitterly for more than 20 years. He originally wanted to vent his resentment and make a high-profile entrance, revealing his true identity. He never expected that he had long been seen through by someone else. A few light words made him want to vomit blood. I said you didn't improve, and you didn't like it. You've already fallen into my rhythm, so how could there not be any arrangements? Yi Fan sneered. Unleash the curse of the deities from outside this region. Li Changqing roared loudly, shaking this entire desert. The boundless yellow sand all flew into the air, and smoke and dust immediately shot in all directions, drowning out heaven and earth. A blood-colored little person appeared in his hand. He was blasted to pieces, turning into streaks of bloody light that flew towards Yi Fan. Heaven and earth became cold, as if they had fallen into an ice house. There were the sounds of ghosts crying and deities howling. As expected, it is a fatal blow. If you aren't prepared, your soul will definitely scatter after being hit. This is a method left behind by a malicious spirit. Duanda said. The heaven-devouring demon cover above his head appeared, and a mysterious 9-star symbol appeared beneath his feet. This was the heaven origin forbidden formation that Yi Fan specially carved for him, using up a sea of divine source as the price to activate the emperor weapon. Hong. The heaven-devouring demon cover released a type of emperor might. Even though it didn't truly revive, it still covered heaven and earth, not something normal people could resist. All types of blood-colored light were destroyed, unable to approach him at all. They turned into an expanse of multicolored mist, disappearing into the desert. Li Changqing's expression changed, a hint of fear appearing on his face. He continuously retreated. Originally, he was going to attack and kill Yi Fan, but he didn't expect things to develop to this stage. Kill! The Hell God Imperial Court's Lord of a Purgatory shouted. His body emitted a string of blue light, and a spatial artifact opened up. Surrounding him were densely packed killing intent, and he quickly disappeared into the desert, preparing to attack Yi Fan and the others. At the same time, a realm lord of the mortal world also shouted. A yellow ray of light shot out, and a large number of killing intent appeared. At this time, the primitive lake, the fallen wing race, and the other major forces also made their moves. Their spatial artifacts flashed continuously, and in an instant, thousands of troops appeared. Their banners fluttered in the wind, drowning this place like a tsunami with boundless killing intent. Heaven Origin Forbidden Formation, kill! Yi Fan shouted. The entire desert was glowing, and all kinds of divine patterns rushed out, interweaving into a web of order, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, harvesting lives. A sea of Genesis chi was burning, turning into strands of laws, constructing a Heaven Origin Great Formation, sealing the desert and extinguishing all kinds of life. Countless people fell to the ground, and heads flew into the air. Blood splattered everywhere, and beautiful flowers bloomed. Lives were disappearing one after another, cut off by the beams of laws, turning into a rain of light, and disappearing with the wind. This was a massacre. No one knew how many days had passed since the Heaven Origin Forbidden Formation had been set up in the desert, quietly waiting for this moment to arrive, just to harvest fresh lives. Ah, blood-curdling screams rose and fell. This place was covered in a rain of blood, turning into a purgatory on earth. Corpses were everywhere, and the scene was too horrible to bear. Magic sealing bottle, break! The two kings of the fallen wing race activated an 8 treasures demonic bottle together, emitting strands of black light that illuminated the desert. If it's the magic sealing bottle refined by the great emperor, then we will admit defeat. If it's not, then all of you can rest in peace. Yi Fan lightly shouted, and with a point of his hand, he activated another kind of formation rune. The Wuxia killing formation was revived, illuminating the sky. Boom! Boundless killing intent swept out in all directions. It was as if they had returned to the era when the heavens and earth were split apart, when all living things were born. All kinds of killing power were immortal, vast and mighty. This was a terrifying turn of events. The magic sealing bottle shattered with a bang, and the two kings spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and they were almost shattered. Although it was only a corner of the Wuxia killing formation, its offensive power was heaven-defying. No one present could resist it, and miserable screams rang out. In the blink of an eye, thousands of people were turned into a bloody paste, crushed by the killing intent. Purgatory sword unsheathed, heaven-cleaving slash. The king of the Hell God dynasty roared, and a divine sword dripping with blood flew out. It was bright red and beautiful, and it slashed toward Yi Fan and the others. It was incomparably beautiful, and the scarlet sword was stained with a string of blood drops. It let out a woo-woo sound, and the sky and earth seemed to be collapsing, and the desert was about to disappear. Seeing this, many kings went up together to activate this holy weapon, turning it into a dazzling bloody light that dyed the entire sky red. A foul wind and rain of blood filled the air. It's incomplete, and it's not a true holy weapon. Do you think my heaven-devouring demonic lid is fake? Duanda sneered. Using the runes on the ground, he obtained boundless divine power and furiously activated the terrifying demonic lid. The blood sword trembled after flying over, not daring to come close at all. Under the extreme pressure, its brilliance dimmed, and it lost contact with the king behind it. The connection between them was severed. Clang! The heaven-devouring demonic lid released its extreme power, and a strand of black light shot out. The purgatory blood sword instantly fell to the ground and wailed, not daring to struggle at all. Brother Duan, there's no need to waste so much effort. I've prepared 3 wuxia killing formations. No matter what they've prepared, it's useless, Yi Fan said. He raised his hand and pointed, and the other 2 killing formations came to life. Strands of terrifying killing intent as thick as mountains rushed out from the desert and filled the sky. Shatter everything. No one could escape even if they wanted to. The desert had long since set up a great formation. No one could escape, and all directions were locked down. In the center, the 3 wuxia killing formations came to life together. Ancient runes flickered, and the brilliance cut through the sky. Killing intent filled the air, and flowers of blood bloomed. This place had turned into a hell. Ah, only miserable cries could be heard. Resistance was futile. Even the king could only die if trapped inside. There was no way to resist. Pfft! Li Zhangqin was swept by a beam of killing light, and he was cut in 2 at the waist. Miserable cries rang out continuously. Yi Fan grabbed him and shouted, "Where are the malicious spirits?" 2. Broken Heaven Mountain Range, I'll wait for you. Li Zhangqin was terrified and loudly begged for mercy. However, a black light flashed between his brows, and his entire body shriveled up. He turned into a skeleton, and then his head exploded. Kill! Duanda shouted loudly. The heaven-devouring demonic jar shook, shattering the black light and not letting it escape. Broken Heaven Mountain Range was also, "You're trapped to kill yourself?" The master of a small world struggled on his deathbed and asked unwillingly. "Correct, everything is going according to my rhythm. Your Killer God Dynasty's main force went to Broken Heaven Mountain Range, right?" "Very good, I've also set that place as the main battlefield." Yi Fan laughed coldly. Ah, without any surprises, when the 3 wuxia killing formations appeared, they killed everyone. The magnificent army turned into a bloody paste, and this desert was dyed red. I hope that all of the enemies will appear in Broken Heaven Mountain Range and come here to settle things once and for all. Yi Fan's voice reverberated through the desert. Chapter 885. The Great Golden Desert was dyed the color of blood. The stench of blood assailed the nostrils. The rising bloody mist, the broken limbs, and the endless bloody mud on the ground formed an azure diagram of hell. What kind of shock would people feel when they found this place? The magnificent army had turned into skeletons, all of them killed. Yi Fan picked up the Purgatory Divine Sword, which was as red as the sunset and stained with blood. Fatty Duan put a dilapidated ancient pagoda into his bosom. Monkey looked at a broken fan for a long time. The 3 damaged holy weapons became their spoils of war. The deities inside had long since died and were subdued by the heaven-devouring evil jar. They didn't stay here for long. They turned around and entered the realm gate, disappearing from this place. The majestic building was preserved in perfect condition. The old man in charge of the auction house was still unhurried and calm. He wiped his face with his hand and restored his original appearance. This was the old man who often played chess with Yan Yishi in the heavenly village. He was in charge of cleaning up the mess. The central region was the birthplace of the Eastern Wasteland civilization. There were many mysterious remains and many ancient ruins from prehistoric times. It was impossible to find their origins. In this vast wasteland, there were many ancient cities scattered about. They weren't connected, but they blossomed with the resplendent flames of civilization that had never been extinguished since ancient times. The Broken Sky Mountain Range was located in a region rarely visited by humans. It was a boundless wasteland that spanned millions of li. This mountain range was majestic and imposing. It was tens of thousands of meters tall. Looking from afar, there was no end to it. Yi Fan's group crossed the void from the southern region and entered this vast mountain range. They paid close attention to the movements in all directions. Every mountain peak was exceptionally grand and towered into the clouds. The most peculiar thing was that the mountain peaks were all flattened. They were like giant platforms that pierced into the clouds. This was the famous Broken Sky Mountain Range. It was rumored that it was cut off by the heavens because it was too tall. All the mountain peaks were the same height and incomparably neat. They were all black and looked boundlessly majestic under the contrast of the clouds. Before the ancient times, this mountain range towered into the clouds. There was a majestic palace above. Even the ancient races didn't dare to set foot here, said the monkey. The various great king clans didn't dare to rashly approach. This was a restricted area, and only the archaic emperors had visited it before. It was rumored that undying holy spirits resided above. No wonder there are so many legends. Powerful cultivators believe that this place was flattened by the ancient emperors. Yi Fan said. Only a supreme existence like that possessed such ability. A single strike of the sword flattened a vast mountain peak that stretched for over 1,000,000 kilometers, creating such a miraculous scene that caused one's imagination to wander and fanciful thoughts to run wild. If a human strike could be like this, plucking the stars and moon wouldn't be a big deal. This made people's imaginations run wild. What would the so-called immortals be like? To be exact, they were wiped out by the merciless emperor. Of course, there's no way to verify this. After all, this great emperor's reputation isn't very good. No matter how great his achievements are, it's hard for it to be widely spread, Duanda said. He had the heaven-devouring evil jar, so he naturally knew more about Ruthless than the others. According to the legends, this place was the divine land of the Holy Spirit, and at one time, it posed a great threat to the human race. In his later years, Ruthless massacred this place out of anger. The blood of the Holy Spirit dyed the mountains and rivers of millions of miles red, and the high and mighty heaven palace was flattened with a single strike. If this is true, then this great emperor of your human race really makes one's hair stand on end. It's truly worthy of reverence. In the archaic era, this place wasn't far off from the 7 great life-forbidden zones of today. The monkey sighed with sincere reverence. The virtuous great emperors of the past are worthy of boundless reverence. In terms of mysteriousness, Ruthless is definitely number 1. Even now, we don't know whether he's a man or a woman. Not a single great achievement of his has been passed down, Yi Fan said. Not long after, they arrived at the central region of the Broken Sky mountain range. Although they were at the same height, the mountain range here was especially majestic and thicker. It was originally a land close to gods, but it was destroyed during the Desolate Era. Occasionally, people could dig out some mysterious rubble at the foot of the mountain that flickered with immortal light. However, it was already impossible to deduce anything from the ancient times. Astral winds whistled as they flew up a broken mountain that was like a sky platform. When they landed on top, endless divine winds of the great Tao blew. Cultivators with insufficient strength would be turned into flying ashes. Those who weren't experts couldn't climb up. There are really quite a lot of people who came. The sky is already filled with shouts. A great battle has broken out. Duanda stared ahead. This region was too big. There were many figures in many places. Some were searching for the immortal medicine, while others were waiting for Yi Fan to arrive and wanted to ambush him. Just now, someone saw that little girl again. Her fragrance filled the air. It's definitely the immortal medicine without a doubt. It can't be fake because someone even invited Master Lin. He's a Grandmaster level alchemist. Some people were discussing. They all frantically rushed towards a certain region. Currently, 70% of the cultivators who came to the Broken Sky mountain range were gathered there. However, many people mistakenly entered and found nothing. That was a strange place. It had been like this since ancient times. After entering, it was difficult to determine the direction and it was easy to get lost. It really is an immortal medicine. Dr. Wang is also here. His medical skills are the best in the Eastern Wasteland. It has already been confirmed that this is the immortal medicine. When this news came out, there was a huge uproar. Everyone became even more excited. Those who came here all had different intentions. Many wanted to fish in troubled waters and mix with those who wanted to kill Yi Fan. Although it's said that you can't catch the wolf without sacrificing the child, showing off the seed of the Qilin medicine might really be taken away, Duanda said. Yi Fan and the others approached the most central region. This place was vast and boundless. There was an indescribable aura of the great Tao. The divine wind whistled, blowing so many cultivators that they couldn't even stand straight. They were easily turned into ashes. One broken mountain after another was incomparably flat. They were all cut from the great peaks and were almost connected together. The clouds and mist were faintly discernible. The sound of a child's crying could be heard again. The fragrance was intoxicating. In this vast region, the sound of a child's crying was very soft. It was blown away by the wind. Only a few cultivators with profound cultivation could hear it. That dog's attainments in formation runes are getting higher and higher. This kind of maze has its own life. It has reached the acme of perfection. It's almost comparable to the methods of a saint, the monkey praised. All the enemies in the southern region had been wiped out. The people in the Broken Heaven mountain range couldn't possibly know. They didn't sense the approaching danger at all. In just a short while, Yi Fan and the others had already discovered many assassins. They even received Shi Luo's message that someone had brought an inherited sacred weapon. They're serious now. They want to kill me in one strike. It seems that as soon as I appear, a world-shaking battle will erupt, Yi Fan said to himself. An hour later, they were sure that the masters of 3 small worlds had arrived in the human world. They led countless experts. Hell, on the other hand, had 4 layers of Hell masters come personally. All the people in the small worlds they controlled had come out. There were as many experts as clouds. The divine sons of the human world and the goddesses of Hell had also appeared. The inherited sacred weapons would be activated by their Tao protectors and could launch a thunderous attack at any time. Duanda inhaled a breath of cold air and said, "But there are inherited sacred weapons. If this kind of thing comes to life, its power will be boundless. It's 100 times more powerful than that damaged purgatory blood sword." He was a little worried. He was really afraid that the inherited sacred weapons would break through the formation patterns and carve out a bloody path, leading everyone to break out of the encirclement. That would be troublesome. They might even be surrounded and killed. If his heaven-swallowing demon jar truly came to life, it would naturally be easy to shatter the inherited sacred weapons. However, it wasn't complete. Without reaching the saint realm, it would be difficult to control it. He was afraid that the other party would escape. It's fine. The goddess furnace and the scepter of the celestial court are all here. At the crucial moment, you can even place your heaven-swallowing demon lid in the formation. Humans can't activate these few sacred weapons, but the Wuxia killing formation can. It can definitely revive them. Yi Fan said. How many great emperor killing formations did you make that dog carve? Duanda asked. Originally, there were 6. I was afraid that something might happen, so I accepted its extortion and made it vomit blood from exhaustion. So I carved a total of 12, Yi Fan said. The hearts of Duanda and the monkey trembled. Each of the 12 killing formations had a corner of the Great Emperor formation patterns. With so many of them together, even a saint could be killed without a hitch. This was really a big deal. Of course, the requirements for carving this kind of divine formation were extremely high. Otherwise, after a few days, all kinds of Tao marks would automatically disappear in the void, completely vanishing. Not long ago, Yi Fan bought and auctioned wantonly, obtaining countless spiritual items and even divine materials. It was enough to squander, causing the large black dog to bark madly in surprise for an entire night. Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman had appeared. Pang Bo sent over such a piece of news. Instantly, Yi Fan's heart trembled, and he clenched his fists. However, it was a pity that these 2 people disappeared in a flash. They were very cautious, quickly disappearing without a trace. However, it was good that they had come. There was a chance to kill them. The celestial imperial prince's people have come, the monkey said. He stared at the 2 figures in front of him. They were definitely experts, only a step away from becoming a saint. Malicious ghost, I sense the power of a malicious ghost. His true body has come. Duanda said. He frequently roamed the underground ancient tomb, so he was very sensitive to the aura of this kind of corpse ghost. At the same time, Yi Fan saw two people flickering with silver light. Even their heads were covered by silver helmets. They entered the center of the broken sky mountain range and disappeared in a flash. It's them, Lu Yunji and Wang Yan have come. Wherever Yi Fan appeared, it would definitely be the center of the battlefield. Everyone had come for him because he was about to cross the star domain. The enemies thought that someone had set up a trap to kill him, so they all came to attack. Who dares to harm little Nan Nan? A loud roar resounded throughout the broken sky mountain range. Yi Fan appeared in the center of the mountain range, entering the former Holy Spirit divine land. The human race's holy physique Yi Fan has come. The broken sky mountain range was in chaos. Large numbers of cultivators appeared, entering this vast region. The killing intent suddenly became many times stronger. Medicinal fragrance flowed, and the center of the Holy Spirit divine land was enshrouded in mist. All kinds of haze flowed about. Yi Fan stood in the center, attracting large numbers of cultivators. Someone attacked at the first moment. It was a blinding light. No one would have thought that hundreds of divine crocodiles would appear at the first moment and attack Yi Fan. Moreover, behind him, a golden crocodile phantom that was tens of thousands of zhonglong transformed into a tangible body and also pounced over. It possessed an incomparably powerful might. The divine spirit residing in Li Xiaoman's body is the incarnation of the crocodile ancestor? Pang Bo muttered to himself. He thought back to the scene 12 years ago where a golden crocodile chased after Yi Fan outside the ancient desolate forbidden land. Boom! At the same time, there was a sacred weapon that had been passed down through the ages. It emitted strands of terrifying might and hacked out a beam of divine radiance, slashing towards Yi Fan. Bang! The heaven-devouring devil jar above Duanda's head flashed and appeared. It protected him, the monkey, and Yi Fan beneath it, blocking the two sure-kill attacks. Is everyone who should come here? If it's about time, then resurrect the Wu sure-killing formation and kill everyone. Yi Fan transmitted his voice to the Black Emperor coldly. Chapter 886. The huge golden crocodile was like a thick mountain ridge. When it sensed the pressure of the extreme Tao, it immediately swung its tail like a divine dragon and rushed into the sky. The heaven-devouring demonic cover flickered with black light and shot out a strand of Emperor's might, forcing the huge crocodile back. At the same time, killing intent pervaded the air, shattering the divine radiance of the legendary holy weapon and turning it into flowing light. The human race's sacred physique is here, kill him. An old assassin shouted. With a wave of his hand, black-clothed people appeared everywhere and began to carry out the assassination. Moreover, the divine crocodiles flickered with black light and flew over like black spears. They pierced through the void and surrounded the surroundings, attacking from time to time. You dare to be arrogant before an emperor weapon? Duanda's expression turned cold. As soon as he activated it, many vicious spirits nearby trembled and fell down, shaking endlessly on the broken mountain. Just use the heaven-devouring cover to defend. Don't waste too much divine force and don't scare away the malicious spirits. Leave these to me, the monkey said. With a sweep of his rod, corpses and bones flew in all directions. A group of assassins who approached were all killed. Roar! The huge golden crocodile in the sky stabilized its body and spat out a thunderous sound. The mountains and valleys all shook, and there were even some tens of thousands of tall mountains that directly collapsed. Tens of thousands of small crocodiles flew over densely in the sky, turning into a dark sword rain that pierced through the void. Even many assassins were pierced to death. What kind of secret technique is he going to use? Duanda was shocked. This was a divine being from outside this region, so he had to be on guard. The space between Yi Fan's brows flashed with splendor, and a blood sword that was only an inch long appeared. It was like a blood-dripping agate, flickering with scarlet light and glistening. This was the spoils of war from the southern desert, the purgatory divine sword. Chi! Streaks of bloody light flew out, turning into sword radiance that entered the group of divine crocodiles. They slashed horizontally and vertically, dicing the malevolent divine crocodiles into inch-long chunks of flesh. Scarlet blood flowed out. Human race's sacred physique, you've walked right into a trap. Do you still want to leave alive? The sound of killing came from all directions as countless experts rushed over. Pooh! After the tens of thousands of small alligators were chopped into meat paste, they turned into blazing light that surrounded Yifan's group. An ancient sacrificial voice sounded. A golden ancient temple appeared. Divine light shone for tens of thousands of streaks, rising and falling within the bloody mud. It released an incomparably dignified aura, turning into endless divine might that suppressed downwards. This is blood sacrifice suppression. Duanda's expression changed. Yifan pulled out a formation platform. Inscriptions were carved into it, and there were also many indentations that were filled with divine essence blocks. This was an origin formation that he had spent many days carving out. Even with his abilities, he was barely able to set it up. He stood on the ground and shouted softly, "E." Then, all of the ancient symbols on the formation platform lit up, interweaving together, activating his incantation together, amplifying it immeasurably. It was as if a great bell was ringing. As soon as the Buddhist incantations were uttered, the ancient temple became unstable. A beam of golden light emerged from within and revealed its true appearance. It was the manifestation of a god from the outer realm. Chi! Suddenly, a beam of divine light slashed over. The Black Emperor had a bad premonition. He activated the Wuxia killing formation, causing it to shoot out a beam of killing light that sliced the blurry golden body in half. In the sky, the giant golden alligator's body trembled. 2 beams of dark light shot out from its eyes, but it didn't immediately attack. Instead, it sensed the fluctuations in its surroundings. Human race's sacred physique, you've finally appeared. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Return the lives of my race's children. A voice that sounded like muffled thunder traveled over. An unparalleled great demon appeared in the sky. A black figure so sturdy that it seemed like it could lift the sky with a single shoulder. There were horns on its head and black fur on its back. It stood there like a demonic mountain. This was a massive ox king that possessed the strength of a king tier. Its eyes were as large as copper bells, and its entire body was surrounded by black light. It was hundreds of feet tall, and its fists smashed downwards. This was a king tier of the Herculean ox demon race. It was no different from the legendary ox demon king. The monkey shouted loudly. The jet-black iron rod in its hand swept out, and a deafening sound like muffled thunder immediately rang out in the sky. Don't kill this barbaric ox. I've finally seen a mount that I'm satisfied with. This will be this emperor's mount in the future. The Black Emperor cried out in the dark. He began to control the formation. Divine chains of order flickered and extended into the sky, wrapping around that powerful barbaric ox that resembled a black demonic mountain. Moo! The barbaric ox's roar resounded in all directions. It had unleashed a terrifying sound wave. At the same time, even more enemies appeared. They rushed over together, including some powerful races from the various ancient tribes. Blood Lightning Descent. The experts of the Blood Lightning King race appeared. More than 10 of them used forbidden techniques together, activating a killing formation to suppress it. Boom! It was unknown how many bolts of blood-colored lightning appeared. Each one was formed from laws, and they transformed into an inescapable net that interweaved together. It was blood-red and dazzling, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Not only did Yifan prepare a killing formation, there were also others who came to deal with him. Once this blood-colored killing formation was activated, it would definitely be able to kill a few kings. However, it was ineffective against the heaven-devouring devil lid. Even if this half-emperor weapon didn't awaken, there was nothing it could break through. Strands of black light curled up and down, transforming all the blood-colored lightning into mist. The experts of the Blood Lightning King race felt a sense of defeat. They felt like ants trying to shake a tree, they simply had no way to resist that half-emperor weapon. The killing formation was completely useless. Kill. In the Broken Heavens mountain range, the roars of war shook the heavens. Countless assassins appeared. They were the main force this time around. There were 4 hell overlords from hell and 3 world overlords from the mortal world. Kill. The monkey forced the king of the Herculean ox devil race back. He brandished his iron rod and began a massacre. Everywhere he passed by, no one could block him. Broken limbs flew everywhere. At the same time, Yi Fan also began a massacre. The space between his brows flashed with light. That inch-long purgatory divine sword was as translucent as a blood coral. Every strand of killing intent it shot out contained destructive might. Although the blood sword was damaged, it was still a saint weapon after all. At this moment, Yi Fan stood on the terrifying sky origin forbidden formation he created. He wasn't worried that his divine energy would run out and he would continue his massacre. He seemed to have transformed into a divinity. Divine light shot out unceasingly from the center of his brows. He could see mountains crumbling, the sky shattering, and the people being destroyed. With a flash of blood from his brows, a group of powerful enemies would definitely be turned into ashes. Such a formation platform is truly terrifying. In the future, I should carve several tens of them for me as well. There's no need to worry about my divine energy running out. Duanda's heart stirred. Yi Fan sighed. It was easier said than done. Such formation runes wouldn't last for more than a few days before vanishing. Maybe, it was too heaven-defying. And every time he carved it, he would have to exhaust his mental energy. Even after a long time, he might not succeed. Woo, woo, the blood light that shot out from the center of Yi Fan's brows let out a mournful howl. It transformed into thousands of streaks of blood light that instantly killed hundreds of people. Blood splattered everywhere as lives were lost. This was the twilight calamity song of hell. A great battle was about to begin, and human lives were cheaper than grass. Boom! All of a sudden, a stone tablet descended from the sky. There were 8 ancient words carved on it. It emitted a devilish radiance and hummed as it pressed down on Yi Fan. The heavenly prince's subordinate made a move. He was a powerful existence that was just a step away from becoming a saint. He personally controlled the stone tablet to suppress Yi Fan. That's the 8th-division Devil Steel. The Monkey King shouted in alarm. According to the legends, the undying heavenly emperor was a deity that was revered by the myriad of ancient races. In the past, he had once conquered the heavens. 8 of his subordinates had died in battle, and almost all of them had been exterminated. He had personally refined the 8th-division Devil Steel, allowing their souls to rest in peace. He had even created a forbidden technique for it. Naturally, the stone tablet in front of Huang Xiaolong couldn't have been personally refined by the undying heavenly emperor. However, the undying heavenly emperor had inherited his technique. The heavenly prince had dictated it, and the 2 ancestor kings had refined it. That was how the undying heavenly emperor had turned it into a forbidden artifact. 8 runes shone on the surface of the stone tablet, and each rune represented a type of great Tao. As they rumbled, the entire broken heaven mountain range shook. The purgatory divine sword in the center of Yi Fan's brows shot out rays of blood-colored light that slashed at the 8th-division Devil Steel. After all, this was the power of a saint weapon, and it was able to block the 8 ancient runes. The evil ghost is here. Suddenly, Duanda's hair stood on end as he warned Yi Fan. Woo, woo, a chilly wind howled, and a rain of blood poured down. A yellow whirlwind appeared in the sky, and as the blood rained down, a black devil appeared in the distance. It stood there, taller than the Hengduan mountain range, and it looked down coldly. A god's will of a saint physique. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Didn't he lose 90% of his cultivation and his Tao foundation? Why does he still give off such a terrifying feeling? Duanda muttered to himself. He had never seen such an evil ghost in his life. Don't treat him like a ghost. He's a famous god's will, and he's the hardest to deal with. The Monkey King reminded Huang Xiaolong. 2 mysterious figures clad in silver battle robes appeared in front of the Black Devil. One of them shouted, Yi Fan, do you know who I am? Lu Yunji, I've been waiting for you for a long time. So many years have passed, but you still haven't improved. It's hard to change your nature. Yi Fan said indifferently. In front of the huge black devil, Lu Yunji let out an angry roar. He took off his helmet and said with incomparable hatred, "It's been more than 20 years, and there hasn't been a moment where I haven't wanted to stand face to face with you. I want you to kneel at my feet. I've let you down. You'll never have that chance. This time, I won't give you any hope of survival. After today, all of the enemies here will be executed." Yi Fan said coldly. "Ah!" Wang Yan screamed. She threw away her helmet and shouted, "Surnamed Yi, just wait for your corpse to be torn into 10,000 pieces. Even the heavens won't be able to save you. Do you still need the heavens?" Yi Fan let out a long roar, and like a clap of thunder, he cut through the sky and said, "I'll kill all of you by myself." He swept his gaze over everyone present. "Saint Physique, your doomsday has arrived. You still dare to boast shamelessly." The three realm lords of the human world appeared, and behind them, countless assassins appeared. Everything should end now. The four hell lords appeared, and the 4 layers of hell appeared at the same time. Killing intent overflowed the heavens, and the assassins came out in full force. Meanwhile, at the very front were the divine son of the human world and the goddess of hell, as well as their protectors. At this moment, they were activating a sacred weapon, the blood-dripping bone pagoda. It was cast from the bones of saints, and it was pure white and lustrous. Streaks of bloody light flowed and twined around it. It was filled with dense killing intent, and it had a total of 5 layers. It belonged to hell, and it was the most precious bone essence left behind by the 5 killing saints. It was cast into the 5-layered pagoda, and at this moment, it was activated by the 2 sects together. It emitted a boundless pressure that swept through the entire Broken Sky mountain range. No one could stop it. This treasure must be left behind for our celestial court to use as a facade. Shi Luo secretly transmitted his voice. He was incomparably excited. All right, everything should come to an end now. Those who should have come have come. Yi Fan said calmly. Then, he shouted loudly, and the 9 Wuxia killing formations were all activated, sealing off this area. Boom! Boundless killing intent erupted like the sea. Strands of killing intent were as thick as mountains as they rushed into the heavens. All directions were sealed, and the power of the killing intent surged like the primal chaos. It crossed the ages and rushed over from the beginning of the world. Chapter 887. What? All the enemies cried out in shock. The aura of an ancient emperor pervaded the air. This was the killing formation of a human emperor, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Everyone present had a bad premonition. A calamity might be right in front of them. At this moment, there was no way out. The Great Formation had locked down everything. White killing intent surged. Pillars of chi pierced through the heavens and earth, forming a chaotic sea of killing. No one could pass through and break out. There's no need to worry. Since ancient times, apart from the great human emperor himself, no one has been able to lay down a flawless emperor's mark. This is just a corner of it. It won't be able to kill us. An old cultivator shouted, calming everyone down. That's right. Since ancient times, who had laid down a flawless great emperor killing formation? No one. As long as it was damaged, they would have the chance to kill their way out. Yi Fan snorted coldly. His eyes flashed with a cold light. He pointed out with his hand and a streak of killing intent flew out from the Wuxia formation. With a pu sound, that old cultivator was sliced open. There are so many of us here. Even the most powerful formation patterns will be smashed into smithereens. Let's focus on one point and kill the Saint Physique. This place will naturally be unsealed. Another person shouted. After the death of a great emperor, there was no way a flawless great emperor killing formation would appear in this world. After thinking through this, no one was that afraid anymore. I'll kill them. The goddess of hell and the protector of the human world activated the 5-layered pagoda together, suppressing forward. They wanted to wipe out Yi Fan and the others in one move. This pagoda was pure white. This bone was the most precious. After transforming into the Tao, all the other bones turned to dust, leaving only the hardest great Tao Saint bone behind. This pagoda was formed from the Tao bone essence of 5 killing saints. After being tempered thousands of times and refined by the ancient saints for countless years, it finally took shape and became the hell soul-suppressing pagoda. It was a rare divine treasure. It swallowed the netherworld killing intent and descended from the 5-layered pagoda to resist the wuxia killing formation. It turned into an undying god and swooped down. Its destructive power was unimaginable as it covered Yi Fan and the others below. Hong! Suddenly, a golden scepter soared into the sky, representing the will of heaven and earth. Surging killing intent surged like a tsunami, causing the heavens to tremble. What, that is? Many of the people present were alarmed. This divine staff had an extremely terrifying killing intent, causing many of the assassins to tremble with fear. This was the first time the scepter of the celestial court released its unmatched holy might. Under the stimulation of the wuxia killing formation, it completely revived. Normally, no one could use it, because its level was too high, different from other weapons. Without the corresponding strength, it was difficult for it to have any life force. But now, it was completely different. The wuxia killing formation shocked the world. Under the stimulation and operation of its world-shocking killing intent, this scepter was dazzling. It was as if it had appeared in the world with a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, making all creatures tremble in fear. How many years has it been? I've finally seen the supreme artifact of the celestial court shine brilliantly and appear. Zyro was so excited that he was trembling. This is the supreme scepter of the distant ancient heaven? The 2 great assassin court's people were all scared. They recalled those terrifying years. Correct, this is the scepter of the celestial court. Today, it will punish you all. Yi Fan roared, activating the wuxia killing formation. He controlled the golden scepter and suppressed it towards the ancient pagoda. In the distant past, the celestial court firmly suppressed the other 2 great assassin courts. It was the true number 1 assassin palace under the heavens, making the world of mortals and hell have no choice but to worship it. It had been suppressed for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. How did you obtain it? The 2 great assassin courts people said with trembling voices. The destruction of the celestial court back then was greatly related to them. It flew into my hands on its own. Yi Fan activated the supreme scepter and swept it downwards. Countless assassins turned into bloody mist on the spot. The ancient pagoda couldn't stop it either. It rumbled and trembled slightly. He has already established a sect, yet he only has himself, a single person, the celestial court? Many people thought of this matter and shuddered. Correct, I have already established a sect and am the master of the celestial court. Yi Fan shouted and then said, however, it will be different from the past. This will be the divine court, not the assassin court, but the true celestial court. After the resurrection of the celestial court scepter, its destructive power shocked the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Boundless killing intent surged like a surging sea. Everywhere it passed, all the powerful enemies turned into a bloody paste with strands of primal chaos lingering around it. Clang! It collided with the hell soul-suppressing pagoda. The white Tao bone rumbled like thunder and streaks of bloody light gushed out. The most essential laws of the 5 killing saints appeared, turning into 5 divine laws of order that slashed forward. Truly a good treasure. It can be considered the favorite of the killing saints. We must seize it. Qi Luo's voice trembled as he solemnly instructed Yi Fan. The celestial court scepter, under the activation of the wuxia's killing formation, was unstoppable. It had its own life and swallowed the essence of heaven and earth. It surged in the primal chaos and struck down the hell soul-suppressing pagoda several times. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked as it wanted to destroy it. This won't do. This is the number 1 killing weapon of the celestial court. This scepter is innately imprinted with the divine patterns of the great Tao. It is a heaven-made scepter. Then, it was nurtured by the blood of the quasi-emperor and refined by generations of killing saints. It is too powerful. The people of the assassin court couldn't stop it. Boom! The celestial court scepter flashed and drew out tens of thousands of streaks of golden light. They swept down and overturned the hell soul-suppressing pagoda, causing it to lose contact with those people. Dao friends, what are you waiting for? Let's kill him together and rush out of this place. Otherwise, there will be no hope of survival. A realm lord of the human world shouted. Die. In an instant, this place was filled with battle cries. All kinds of weapons and regulations were unleashed to resist the Wushers' killing formation. However, it was as if they were rushing to their deaths. Large swathes of cultivators were reduced to corpses and blood. Arg! Within the 9 killing formations, screams of agony rose and fell incessantly. Boom! The 8 division demon steel descended. The 8 large characters on it shone brilliantly and radiated with astonishing divine might. This was a forbidden tool personally refined by the 2 ancient kings, and it was extraordinarily powerful. The void trembled violently. Wusher's killing intent didn't shatter it immediately. This divine steel was inscribed with the 8 ancient symbols of the undying heavenly emperor, and it was created to commemorate the 8 fallen in battle. It possessed an indescribable Tao power that could affect heaven and earth. Woo, woo, a chilly wind howled. The 8 symbols on the gigantic stone steel were connected to the underworld, and it was unknown what kind of power they had borrowed. The steel was jet black, and Tao patterns intertwined, shattering the void. This is a powerful forbidden tool. Destroy it with the legendary saint weapon. The large black dog said in secret. Li Tian and Yan Ishi worked together to activate the goddess furnace, and they placed it within the great emperor's forbidden formation to awaken it. The goddess furnace soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light that rapidly enlarged. With the support of the Wusher's killing formation, it was extremely powerful, and it collided with the 8 division demon steel. Boom! The steel crumbled on the spot, and rubble flew everywhere. The 8 ancient symbols were annihilated, and 8 black holes were blasted open. They transformed into a turbulent flow of black energy that disappeared completely. Yi Fan pointed a finger, and the goddess furnace soared into the sky. The flames within the furnace surged into the sky, and the group of cultivators controlling the 8 division demon steel were instantly burned to ashes. Only 2 cultivators survived. Their strength was terrifying, but they couldn't avoid the killing formation's aura, and they were slashed into a mist of blood. One corner of the Wusher's killing formation might not be able to trap so many people, but when all 9 of them appeared at the same time, it was enough to shake heaven and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. Large numbers of assassins died violently, and innumerable cultivators were turned into ashes. It was difficult for them to survive in the heaven-broken mountain range, and they were like waves of wheat that were being harvested. Blood flowed everywhere, and corpses piled up like mountains of blood. With every passing minute and every second, a large number of lives were being lost. The 2 divine dynasties had lost their hell soul-suppressing pagodas, and they were like eagles with their wings broken within the 9 killing formations. They couldn't advance even an inch, and they were in grave danger. A cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's face. He took out the 1,000 Deaths bow, and began to selectively attack. His physical body was peerless, and the instant he drew the bow, the power of the Wusher's killing formation surged over, and when it was added to the bowstring, it was unknown how many times more terrifying it was. Pooh! An old assassin's forehead was shot by an arrow, and he let out a loud cry before transforming into a mist of blood. He died a violent death. Hurry, let's all sacrifice our divine laws and use the divine chains of order to erase him. A severing Tao expert shouted. At the same time, they took action and crazily attacked. Yi Fan saw the infernal goddess. Right now, her entire body was covered in blood, and her hair was disheveled. She was protected at the center, and she charged left and right, wanting to break out of the encirclement. It's you. After this battle, there will be no infernal goddess. Yi Fan said coldly. The 1,000 Deaths bow in his hands flourished with brilliance, and an arrow of light appeared on the bowstring. Woo-woo. A long cry resounded through the heavens, illuminating the entire heaven-broken mountain range. It was as if a comet streaked across the sky. This arrow was too resplendent, and it condensed the power of the Wushur's killing formation. One of the infernal goddess's Tao protectors walked up, doing everything he could to dissipate it. The precious shield shattered, and the Tao laws were extinguished. It was difficult to defend against this attack, and his body was pierced through. He immediately exploded, turning into a bloody mist. "No, Elder!" The infernal goddess cried out loudly, and her eyes were filled with endless hatred. She gave Yifan a look, and then did everything she could to break out of the encirclement. "You still want to leave?" Yifan continued to draw his bow, gathering the power of the killing formation. His entire body released endless golden light, and he was like a sun that illuminated the heaven-broken mountain range. Wang! The second divine arrow shot out, carrying with it a heaven-overflowing killing intent. Waves after waves of raging waves beating against the shore sounded, and the power was tremendous. Even the clouds in the distance were scattered, and the heavens collapsed. Ah! The infernal goddess' other Tao protector tried to block it, but the fate of having his body torn to pieces was still the same. The divine arrow's power was boundless. As long as the Wushur's formation was present, it could simply kill gods and slaughter Buddhas. "If I survive today, I will definitely make you pay the price of blood, 10 times the amount. You and I cannot live under the same sky." The infernal goddess swore a heavy oath. Her beautiful face was full of resentment, and killing intent lingered around her body. "You have no hope of survival. Today, your name will forever be erased from this world." Yifan continuously drew his bow. Streak after streak of divine radiance pierced through the heavens, and the Tao protectors at his side were all shot dead. "Ah, no!" The infernal goddess screamed with disheveled hair, but she couldn't change anything. Yifan drew his bow and shot the ultimate 9 arrows. At this time, his body swallowed and spat out a sea of killing intent, which gathered into arrow light. His body seemed to be cast from gold, and his killing intent was shocking. Pfft! The infernal goddess screamed miserably. The 9 arrows shot over at almost the same time, piercing through her body and causing her to collapse on the spot. White bones and flesh splattered in all directions. Murderous cries shook the heavens in the wilderness. A life-and-death battle was going on, but the people were still shocked by this scene. They were all stunned. "And you?" Yifan discovered the mortal world's divine child in the sea of killers. His eyes were cold, and he released a murderous aura as he drew his bow again. "No!" Many people shouted, but they couldn't stop him at all. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. The Tao protectors of the mortal world's divine child were shot dead one after another. All of them lost their lives, and not a single one survived. He howled like a wounded lone wolf, and his eyes were cold. The divine children and goddesses of the 2 divine dynasties were born to kill the various monarchs. They were innately powerful, but in the Wushur's killing formation, they had become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. "You can go on your way too." Yifan attacked mercilessly. Pfft! The mortal world's divine child's face was full of malevolence and unwillingness. Murderous intent filled the sky, but he couldn't change the outcome. A flower of blood bloomed between his brows. A light arrow pierced through and came out from the back of his head, bringing with it a spray of blood and brain matter. Red and white dyed together like a brilliant peach blossom, but it was filled with the smell of blood. "Ah!" He let out a final mournful howl, and then his whole body exploded. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Chapter 888. The blood-soaked heaven-broken mountain range was filled with the cries of ghosts and wails of gods. A hellish dirge rang out as blood rained down. This place was like purgatory in the mortal world. The wails of ghosts rang out, echoing through the black-colored mountain range. It was unknown how many people died. Their lives were even more worthless than grass, falling one after another. In the center of the heaven-broken mountain range, the sounds of killing shook the heavens. However, in the outside world, nothing could be seen. Boundless killing intent mixed together with primal chaos, transforming into a sea of killing that locked down the central region, causing the hearts of everyone to palpitate. In the battlefield, things were far more terrifying than what people imagined. This place transformed into a battlefield of death. Experts fell one after another, their snow-white bones were stained with traces of blood, a ghastly sight to behold. Wuxie's killing formations were unparalleled. 9 of them stood side by side, shooting out beams of killing light in all directions. Numerous corpses fell from the sky as numerous cultivators were killed, transforming into a mist of blood. The black-colored broken mountains were all connected together. Each of them was covered in a thick layer of blood and shattered bones, causing people to tremble with just a single glance. Not a single body was left intact. And all of this was still continuing. The battle hasn't ended yet, the slaughter was still ongoing. Everyone's eyes were red from killing. It was impossible to talk about peace, they could only fight to the death. Arg! A world overlord from the mortal world screamed. The hope of the ancient god dynasty, the god-child, had died. His primordial spirit was pierced by a divine arrow and his body was blasted apart. Such violence caused him to howl in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Activate the mortal world killing formation. Another world overlord roared. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. He could only fight with his life on the line. There were a total of 3 world overlords in the mortal world. They each commanded their subordinates to form their sect-guarding grand formations. Killing intent permeated the air, causing the entire world to turn hazy. They wanted to forcefully break out of the encirclement. However, it was useless. Before the 9 Wuxie formations, they were like moths flying into a flame, dripping with blood as they fell unceasingly. Their corpses fell in droves. Yi Fan stood in the center, facing the enemies in all directions. He wielded the myriad slayer's bow and unceasingly shot out arrows, killing one enemy with each arrow. This was a terrifying deterrence that specialized in killing experts. Ah, a world overlord screamed. Under the pressure of the 49 arrows, his defense was finally broken through. An arrow pierced through his temple, causing him to spurt out a large mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground, never to get up again. His body had already turned into a dismembered corpse. The power of Wuxie's killing formation transformed into divine arrows with unparalleled destructive power. Even a king of the Tao's severing realm would find it difficult to block them. Wu, Monkey swung his cudgel and swept across the army. More than 1,000 assassins were crushed into meat paste by the black metal cudgel. They let out a series of tragic cries and died a violent death. Duanda did not kill. He focused on operating the heaven-devouring demonic cover above their heads, blocking the occasional Tao laws and killing rays. Kill. Hell's people also slaughtered their way over. A total of 4 Hell overlords descended, leading experts like clouds. There was no end to this place, and there were corpses everywhere. Once the killing array was activated, even if you were a great hero, you would still have to hide inside. There was simply no way out. These people's resistance would only cause more casualties. In the past, we were both from the Divine Court of Assassins, yet you all went back on your word and pushed the Celestial Court into the abyss, trampling it mercilessly. Your actions were too sinister. Let's pay for it with blood. Yi Fan activated the golden scepter, transforming it into a golden dragon that swept over. Broken bones and flesh coexisted, and bloody corpses piled up into mountains as they fell down in large numbers. The number 1 killing weapon of the Celestial Court had been revived. Its might was practically unstoppable, enveloping many assassins below. This was a great massacre where blood flowed like a river. And now, the Celestial Court has been reborn from the ashes and is a true divine court, different from the past. Yet, you all came again, wanting to get rid of me. In that case, all of you can be destroyed. Yi Fan stood at the center of the formation platform. His hands moved about, guiding the Celestial Court scepter. Under the augmentation of the Wuxie's killing formation, it was resplendent and dazzling. Everywhere it passed by, there was nothing else. Arg! The other two realm lords of the world of mortals screamed. Their bodies cracked, and without any suspense, they turned into two lumps of bloody mist. The people beside them were also disintegrating. The scene was incomparably terrifying. Boom! With a shake of the scepter of the heaven court, the three groups of people from the mortal world, countless experts, were all killed and turned into a pool of blood and bones. Fresh blood splashed onto the black mountain below, drenching it in blood. In the end, the celestial court scepter turned back and entered hell. There were 4 hell lords and their subordinates there. After losing their sacred weapons, they were like wolves that had lost their fangs and claws. This was a massacre. Golden light swept across, and mournful cries rang out incessantly. The song of the dead from hell rang out. This was the banquet of the Demon King, a song of praise. The 4 powerful hell lords died a violent death, their corpses turned into fragments. Under the number 1 killing weapon of the celestial court, there was no hope of survival. It was a pity that they cultivated for 3,000 years, using killing to prove the law. Finally, they ushered in a great era where the laws of heaven and earth changed. After untold hardships, they succeeded in severing their Tao, yet they couldn't escape such a great calamity. In the end, they were killed. And behind them, there was no need to even mention those disciples. All of them were turned into fragments. Countless people were chopped into pieces, all of them dead. The people from the 2 ancient divine courts of assassins were all killed. The number of people on this broken mountain immediately decreased by more than half. In an instant, the place became much more deserted. Even the sounds of battle became weaker. The scene on the broken mountain caused people's hair to stand. They didn't dare to look at it. Broken bones, severed limbs, heads, blood dyed everything. Yi Fan stood at the center of the formation platform and swept his gaze over everyone. After that, he looked up at the sky and said, "It's your turn now." Above, there was a huge golden crocodile that was over 10,000 zhang in size. There was also a black demonic shadow that was even taller than the broken mountain. These were the greatest enemies he wanted to eliminate this time. Is this the ancient star that all the sages have been searching for? This is truly unexpected. They have left behind too many things. The formation patterns are so terrifying. The demonic voice reverberated like thunder, rumbling in the broken heaven mountain range. The huge golden crocodile that was over 10,000 zhang in length circled. It passed through the killing formations with great difficulty, and was about to dive over. Chong! All kinds of killing lights appeared, and several killing formations displayed their might at the same time. Yi Fan didn't dare underestimate this kind of existence. A wisp of his divine sense traveled through the galaxy with them. Just thinking about how they had cultivated to this level after more than 20 years was terrifying. Not far away, on another formation platform, the large black dog shuddered, and said, "Fortunately, it was formed from a wisp of primordial spirit, and not its main body. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. As expected of a foreign divine spirit. Is it very powerful? What level is it?" Pang Bo asked from the side. Its main body is most likely difficult to estimate. Since it has the techniques of foreign divine spirits, it definitely won't be easy to deal with, the Black Emperor said solemnly. Who cares what it is? 9 killing formations, activate together. Let's kill it. Pang Bo shouted fiercely. Kill. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, the Black Emperor, and the others activated the 9 formation platforms together. Wisps of Great Emperor Wu Shi's killing intent soared into the sky, scattering all of the blood mist. Clang, clang, killing intent surged, and chaos surged. Countless sword chi slashed horizontally, slashing the golden crocodile until it was drenched in blood, almost shattering it into pieces. Its body faded, and it transformed into the height of a person. It displayed a secret technique that had never been heard of before, and it drew out a starry sky, wanting to forcefully separate the void. It's useless. This is the Great Emperor killing formation, and all techniques are ineffective. The Black Emperor relaxed. Then, with a bark, he began to do his best to subdue that barbaric bull. He used divine chains of order to restrain the king of the Herculean bull demon race, and said arrogantly, "My battle pet, submit to me. Follow by the side of the great black emperor, and your future will be filled with light." The barbaric bull roared loudly. How could it possibly submit? The barbaric bull wave was deafening, and it roared furiously. If there were no formation patterns, it would have been able to smack the large black dog to death with a single hoof. Boom! The 10,000 zhang large crocodile turned into human form. Brilliant light shone brilliantly, and Buddhist chanting sounded in its surroundings. It was as if there were 3,000 golden arhats chanting sutras. A golden ancient temple floated up and down, protecting it within and blocking the many killing lights. All types of ancient symbols appeared, covering the surface of the temple and blocking the killing lights. This is a forbidden artifact that belongs to the Buddhist sect. The Black Emperor couldn't help but pay attention to it again. The so-called forbidden artifact could only be used a few times before it would be destroyed. However, it possessed indescribable power, and the divine treasures within it would be difficult to refine unless it was a world-shocking great sect. This forbidden artifact was extremely special. It was a golden ancient temple, and all types of Tao patterns flowed about it. It possessed astonishing defensive power, and it emitted a dignified and divine aura. Buddhist chanting resounded through heaven and earth, as if there was a Buddha at the center of the ancient temple giving a sermon. Many Buddhists were making a pilgrimage below, chanting sutras in worship. It had to be said that this golden crocodile was extremely powerful. At this moment, it had transformed into a deity, standing at the center of the ancient temple. There were bodhisattvas, arhats, and other corpses beneath its feet, and 5-colored blood dripped down. This was a wondrous scene that represented the events of the past. It made Yi Fan suddenly realize something. He had seen it before during the great battle against Li Xiaoman and Hua Yunfei, and it seemed like it was done by the crocodile back then. It was truly powerful. Formidable. Even though this crocodile was suppressed by the Sakyamuni Buddha, it comprehended an extraordinary Tao after combining with the Buddhist laws. Duanda said in astonishment. It isn't its main body, so there is no need to fear it today. Yi Fan said. He revived the 9 killing formations and activated the celestial quartz scepter, smashing downwards. Hong! An intense collision occurred. Even the Buddhist sect's forbidden artifact couldn't block it. The golden crocodile roared, and that ancient temple slowly cracked apart. It looked like it was about to collapse. Pang Bo, Monkey Bro, go outside the formation to look for Li Xiaoman and Hua Yunfei. They most likely didn't enter. Kill them without mercy if you see them. Yi Fan transmitted sound, handing over the infernal divine sword that was dripping with blood to Pang Bo. Then, he had Qi Luo accompany him to chase after the crocodile. Roar, the divine will of the great completion Saint Physique finally made its move. 108 scarlet stones revolved around his body like holy weapons, blocking the killing light and resisting the wuxia formation. This is the soul blood stone. It is extremely rare. Legend has it that it can only be found in the outer space. Duanda was astonished. This kind of stone was the ghost saint's favorite. It could increase their soul power and refine them into terrifying weapons. The malicious spirit was incomparably huge, even taller than a mountain. Lu Yunji and Wang Yan stood on its shoulder, each activating their forbidden techniques, turning into a rain of light that sprinkled onto the soul blood stone. No harm. Yi Fan shook his hand and activated the 3 killing formations he had taken back from the southern desert. A total of 12 formations were activated together. Hong! The murderous aura became even more intense, drowning the broken sky mountain range. It was as if the heaven and earth were being split apart, and the primal chaos waterfall poured down. The Black Emperor revealed a fanatical expression and said, "Only like this can there be a trace of the true appearance of the wuxia killing formation." Roar, the ancient temple that protected the golden crocodile collapsed and finally turned into fragments. The crocodile's incarnation was slashed into pieces and suffered serious injuries. At the same time, half of the malicious spirit's 108 soul blood stones were crushed into powder. Its body shook violently as it roared again and again. On its shoulder, Lu Yunji and Wang Yan screamed, full of hatred towards Yifan. They didn't think that even the malicious spirit would be in danger when it personally came. In the broken sky mountain range, the other enemies screamed again and again. All kinds of broken bones and blood splattered all over the broken mountain and flowed down the black mountain. It was as terrifying as purgatory. Yifan's expression was cold. He held the Wand Slayer bow and aimed at the two on the malicious spirit's shoulder. What else do you have to say now? You won't live for long. Swish. Swish. Yifan directly drew his bow. Two resplendent beams of golden light shot out, illuminating the entire sky. The two people's bodies were destroyed, and only two heads tumbled down. You are still too inexperienced. The golden crocodile roared and appeared in front of the formation platform with the malicious spirit. It was unknown what kind of secret technique they used, but they were swallowing and spitting out killing light. Their bodies were about to shatter, but they still managed to get close. Your body has finally matured. It is time to belong to me. The malicious spirit's voice caused one's scalp to go numb. Is that so? Yifan sneered. A small cauldron flew out from between his brows and flipped over. It poured down an immeasurable amount of fire, and the 9-colored flames submerged everything in front of him. Ah! A mournful scream rushed into the 9 heavens and into the 9 underworlds. Chapter 889. The 9-colored flames entwined around like mist, binding the black demonic mountain like malicious spirit and drowning the golden crocodile. This was a fatal attack. This kind of flame could even burn saints, let alone 2 existences that had been suppressed for more than 2,000 years and were no longer at their peak. Ah! The golden crocodile screamed miserably. He was a primordial spirit, so he was terrified of this kind of flame. He was burnt to a crisp on the spot. As for the malicious spirit, it was roaring even louder. It was a nether soldier, born from a strand of evil will. It was most afraid of extreme yang lightning and divine flames, so it struggled fiercely. The 2 terrifying existences were both struggling, but no matter how great their divine abilities were, they were still frightened by this kind of divine flame. They were not at their peak, so this was fatal. Dang! The sound of the bell was long and drawn out. A golden bell appeared above the crocodile's head. It was the only thing that was preserved from the golden temple. At this moment, it covered his body as he rushed into the sky, away from the flames. However, it was too difficult to escape. The Wushur's killing formation swept out, and the white billows rolled out. The bell was full of holes and was on the verge of collapse. My flesh shell, you have exceeded my expectations, but you still cannot escape from my palm. The divine thought formed by the great completion divine physique roared. His demonic mountain-like black body quickly shrunk. Clang! It was as if a mountain had appeared and suppressed the scene. An incomplete 9-orifice stone man appeared. He turned into a black light and rushed inside. The 9-colored flame was burning, but the stone man did not melt immediately. It could clearly hold on for a moment, which was fatal. He rushed over with one step. Clang! The Wushur's killing formation displayed its might. The 12 formation platforms released a blinding light at the same time. Murderous intent and primal chaos burst out at the same time, almost breaking the 9-orifice stone man into pieces. However, its methods were heaven-defying. It spat out a black light, smashing a dozen soul bloodstones and repairing it in an instant. It closed in amidst the murderous light. Yes, the one who attacked the great Xian mountain was indeed Lu Yunji. He activated this 9-orifice stone man, Yifan muttered to himself. Zheng! Sparks flew everywhere from the 9-orifice stone golem. It was on the verge of shattering. However, the black light and the soul blood stone were continuously repairing it. It looked like it was about to reach Shaochen. Don't be afraid. 90% of his cultivation was destroyed, and even his Dao root was taken away. He's stronger than a king now, but he can't compare to a saint. Duanda said, activating the heaven-devouring devil lid to protect himself. Yi Fan snorted and used the Wuxia killing formation to activate the scepter of the celestial court to attack the 9 apertures holy spirit body that had not fully grown. Pooh! One of his arms was smashed. The divine will of the first-rate saint physique finally stopped repairing it. He turned into a ghost and began to dodge. I know, he should be very afraid of your sacred blood, let the scepter be stained with blood to kill him. Duanda shouted. Yi Fan nodded upon hearing this. His middle finger shot out a streak of blood-red light that dyed the scepter, and he continued to hack at the 9-hold stone holy spirit, emitting whistling sounds. You've miscalculated. For more than 20 years, I've been using the essence of the sun to temper my divine soul. I've almost gotten rid of the Yin spirit body, and I'm no longer unable to approach your body like before. Now is the time to take your flesh shell. The divine will roared and hid inside the 9-orifice stone golem. It was close to going crazy, and its roar shook the mountains and rivers. The 9-colored flames that filled the sky were shaken to the other side. He's still afraid. Slaughter him, the Black Emperor shouted. He exerted even more effort to activate the 12 formation platforms because he sensed danger. Boom! The golden scepter almost cut the stone golem in half. Rocks flew everywhere, and numerous Tao patterns were shaken out. All kinds of divine laws scattered down, and the spreading waves shattered the sky. It had to be said that when one reached a certain realm, even if one's cultivation was reduced, it was still incomparably terrifying. The golden crocodile and the divine will still had their battle experience and instincts. They passed through the Wuxia killing formation and avoided layer after layer of fatal attacks. The Wuxia killing formation was like a raging sea, and the 2 terrifying existences were like small boats that could beat them into the bottom of the waves at any time. However, they still didn't sink even after a long time had passed. In particular, the divine will was almost obsessed with Yi Fan's flesh shell. It was determined to obtain it, and it actually had the attitude of cutting off all means of retreat until it reached its goal. It rushed over several times. Awaken the memories of the past life, borrow the fruit of the past life. Suddenly, the black divine will let out a voice that sounded like a curse. This kind of demonic sound didn't transmit very far, but it passed through the Wuxia killing formation and reached every corner. It was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, the 9-orifice stone golem collapsed, revealing that black malicious spirit. However, there was no Yin energy. Strands of golden multicolored light fell down from the top of his head and protected his entire body. At this moment, the divine splendor dyed his entire body golden, and he became incomparably holy. There was no longer a trace of Yin energy, and he became incomparably dignified. Rumble. More golden light surged out from the top of his head, and the terrifying aura caused people to tremble. Even the killing light and primal chaos from the Wuxia killing formation couldn't harm him. At this moment, the world was suffocating, and it was filled with a powerful pressure. It was as if a great emperor had been revived. Oh no, why does he have the aura of a great emperor? Quickly kill him, the Black Emperor shouted. His face was filled with fear. All of this had exceeded their expectations. The 12 Wuxia killing formations operated at the same time, consuming a vast amount of divine source essence and emitting a monstrous killing light. Moreover, the celestial court scepter and the goddess furnace also flew up and suppressed the golden divine will together. Roar, the golden malicious spirit shouted loudly. He suddenly stretched out a large hand and grabbed the golden crocodile that was dodging the killing light in the sky. Then, he pulled with both hands, and the crocodile immediately collapsed and turned into a blazing light. It was as if hundreds of comets were crashing down at the same time. Old ghost, you are indeed vicious to attack me. However, this is only a part of my primordial spirit. My divine embryo in this world and my main body on the ancient starry sky path will find you sooner or later to settle the debt. The golden crocodile roared, and the entire broken sky mountain range trembled. It was filled with hatred, but it was powerless to change anything. The blazing splendor filled the sky as if it was condensed from millions of stars. The golden malicious spirit had sacrificed the crocodile, and it turned into strands of Tao patterns as if it was summoning something from the netherworld. Then, his body became even more resplendent. The top of his head drew upon the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and he was as transparent as a piece of Tao bone. Tens of thousands of divine laws hung down. Boom! An overwhelming pressure spread out, and even the light from the 12 wuxia killing formations couldn't harm him. At this moment, he seemed to have advanced to a mysterious realm. The aura of an ancient great emperor. The Black Emperor was horrified. No wonder that old monk said that the most difficult thing to deal with in this world was the will of a deity. He really was right. Duanda was also scared. It was very obvious that they all understood what was going on from the malicious spirit's curse. Awakening the memories of his past life and borrowing the Tao fruit of his past life, this was the recovery of a portion of the divine abilities of his past life's divine physique. The divine splendor cleansed the yin energy. This was a divine physique that emitted boundless light. He was divine and dignified, and even the 9 heavens and 10 earths were trembling because of him. The murderous light from the 12 wuxia killing formations couldn't harm him at all. They were all annihilated in front of his body, and all kinds of light blossomed like fireworks. His body was curled up by divine chains of order, and he was like an immortal phoenix that had been reborn from the flames. He possessed boundless divine might, and even the heaven and earth were crying for him. All kinds of auspicious lights and colors descended as if they were worshipping a supreme great emperor. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared. Even the scepter of the celestial court and the goddess furnace lost connection with the wuxia killing formation and couldn't be activated. This was a terrifying scene. Even though the formation patterns were only a broken corner, they still possessed unparalleled destructive power. Even saints would be killed if they came, but at this time, there was no place for them to use their skills. Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, Duanda, Yan Ishi, Li Tian, and the others felt their scalps go numb. This deity had 90% of his cultivation and his Tao root severed, so how could he still be so terrifying? He couldn't be defeated. This was what everyone felt. Not to mention them, even a group of ancestral kings wouldn't be able to do it. He possessed incomparable battle prowess and had the aura of an ancient great emperor. He has awakened the memories of his past life and borrowed the Tao fruit of a divine physique. After understanding all of this, they were close to despair. This was an existence that could contend against an ancient great emperor. He was invincible in the heavens and earth. Not to mention them, how many people throughout the ages could fight against him? Boom! In front of them, the golden physique trembled, and the last divine splendor descended from the crown of his head. He suddenly opened his eyes, and in that instant, it was as if heaven and earth were being opened. The world trembled and primal chaos surged. The 12 wuxia formation platforms collapsed, and the formation patterns here were all destroyed. An unmatched battle intent rushed into the heavens, and through the reaction of the heavenly Tao, it instantly engulfed the entire eastern wasteland. At this moment, all life trembled. Everyone was apprehensive, as if they had arrived at a divine land and were facing a deity. It was unknown just how many creatures prostrated themselves. It's not that we didn't think it through, but rather that it's too strange and exceeded our expectations. Even if the various ancestral kings came, they would all die with a grievance. Let's go. Even the Black Emperor was terrified. He brought out the chessboard formation patterns that he had prepared a long time ago and was about to bring a few people to cross the void. That was also a corner of an emperor pattern. However, the instant the eyes of the godlike golden figure swept past, the chessboard formation patterns turned into powder and no longer existed. The divine might of the great completion saint physique spread out in all directions, causing the 9 heavens and 10 earths to tremble. At this moment, it was unknown just how many powerful existences were startled awake. They looked at the eastern wasteland's broken sky mountain range in disbelief. Through the heavenly perception and the great Tao, they wanted to understand the truth. Heavens, could it be that someone has proven their Tao? How could it be like this? What kind of powerful existence is this? The aura of an ancient emperor is spreading out. Even the powerful ancestral kings were shaken. They couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate, and their eyes were filled with fear. All the creatures in the entire broken sky mountain range prostrated themselves in this direction. From the ancient beasts that were several hundred zhang long to the ants, none of them could move at all. As for Yi Fan and the others, if not for the protection of the heaven-devouring devil cover, it would have been difficult for them to stand there. At this moment, they were completely submerged by the aura of an ancient emperor. The devil cover hummed as it was stimulated by this kind of powerful aura. It floated up and down on its own, sending down strands of immortal splendor to protect them. We're finished. At this moment, even a perfect emperor weapon won't be able to stop him. A great completion Saint Physique has awakened. Only the resurrection of a great emperor can deal with him, the Black Emperor said in distress. Duanda said, right now, we can only persevere. He won't be able to maintain this state for long. I heard from that old monk that Sakyamuni also avoided the sharp edge and didn't dare to face him head-on. It seems like he also encountered this kind of situation. Perhaps, we're not in danger. Yi Fan was in a daze as he stared at the great completion Saint Physique in front of him. He didn't feel any eeriness, only dignity and holiness. Kill them. This was the voice of a deity. However, another type of even more oppressive and irresistible divine will immediately suppress him. The great completion Saint Physique overlooked the mountains and rivers, and his eyes were filled with endless brilliance and sadness. I've returned to the great earth when I was alive. He softly said to himself. He was filled with endless disappointment and frustration, fearing that he would shatter this magnificent river and mountain. I've swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, reversing the reincarnation of heaven and earth. So what if I'm unrivaled in the heavens and earth? In the end, I'll have to face the ups and downs of the world alone. I'll have to witness my beauties grow old and die in peace. My loved ones and old friends will all turn into the earth to send them off. Only I'll remain immortal. I chose to leave this place, and after countless years, I'll finally die of old age in a foreign land. I brought with me invincible glory, but also endless sadness and melancholy. He said to himself sadly. The light in his eyes dimmed as he looked at the entire eastern wasteland. Chapter 890. With invincible glory and endless sadness, he watched his beauty grow old and his relatives turn into dust. In the end, he left this ancient star and died of old age in a foreign land after a long period of time. This was the latter half of the Saint Physique's life. It made people sigh with emotion. Behind the halo was sadness, loneliness, and loneliness. Everyone in the same generation had grown old and he was the only one left in this world. He is indeed one of the 9 great sage physiques. The Black Emperor said. At this time, the entire eastern wasteland was shaken. The various ancestral kings mistakenly thought that someone had proven the Tao. They were all horrified as they gazed at the central region's broken sky mountain range. Resplendent radiance, dignified aura, and the Saint Physique stood there, merging with the great Tao of heaven and earth. It formed an aura that made all living beings want to prostrate themselves in worship. Kill them. A weak divine will was transmitted from the Saint Physique's heart. Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, Duanda, Li Tian, and the others felt a chill run down their backs. Not to mention them, even the various ancestral kings would have to run. They couldn't resist. The majestic body turned around and faced Yi Fan and the others. Immediately, the heaven-devouring demonic lid made clanging sounds. Strands of immortal splendor fell down and curled around them. This was the reaction of an extreme emperor weapon. It gave birth to a sense of urgency and threat. No. A cry of despair echoed in the broken sky mountain range. It quickly weakened and then disappeared. The divine will was dissolved. The black malicious spirit's divine sense disappeared. It was ruthlessly crushed and purified by the Saint Physique. At this time, the aura of a great emperor filled the air. It shook the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. All living beings had spirits and had to submit. He had the will to rule the world. The great Tao poured down immeasurable brilliance. Strands and strands hung in the sky like waterfalls, surrounding this brilliant and blazing body. All directions were silent. Countless creatures kowtowed in this direction, carrying out devout worship. The malicious spirit has been killed. It's the same as dying by his own hands, Li Tian said with a trembling voice. This kind of peerless saint physique had great contributions to the world in the past. He will definitely eliminate the evil thoughts after his resurrection, even if it belongs to his own body, the Black Emperor said. He was more or less relieved. Awakening the memories of the past life and borrowing the Tao fruit from the past life were actually the malicious spirit itself. If it wasn't a summon that transcended time and space, no one would be able to live that long. Once the true self is awakened, the evil thoughts will naturally be purified. Duanda said. He dealt with ghosts all year round, so he had the most say. The eyes of the divine physique shifted, and a great peak immediately turned into flying ashes. A powerful ancient king bowed in this direction. He braced himself and said with a trembling voice, I was just passing by this place and had no intention of offending the divine might. A powerful ancestral king was several dozen li away, but his body was trembling, continuously backing up, trembling with fear. Then, he quickly disappeared into the horizon. This kind of power shocked Yi Fan, Duanda, and the others. No wonder the heaven-devouring demonic lid above their heads was humming. It must be known that it was an emperor weapon. This weapon. I didn't have the fortune to see it when I was alive, but I've managed to see it after I die, the first-rate holy physique muttered to himself. In the end, his gaze fell on Yi Fan and he asked, has the inheritance of the sacred body been severed? Yi Fan's heart was moved. He saluted seriously and said, Senior, please bestow me the technique. Senior, please bestow us the supreme technique. Duanda followed suit, also wanting to obtain the inheritance. A beam of light flew over and sank into the space between Yi Fan's eyebrows. A clear Tao diagram appeared in his sea of consciousness, and he was instantly shaken. This was similar to the technique he had obtained in the past when he obtained the sacred body, but it was more specific and perfect. I've obtained it before. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. The divine physique glanced over, and Yi Fan's heart was shaken. Everything he did in the Green Flood Dragon King's treasury and what he did in front of the stone coffin of the divine physique at the sacred cliff all appeared and were perceived by the godlike existence before him. The human race's inheritance of the sacred body requires divine will to pass through. After death, there are many paths that will be severed. You won't be able to find it through the corpse, the figure of light before him said calmly. Senior, please enlighten me. Yi Fan saluted again. The corpse in the stone coffin on the sacred cliff was undoubtedly a person who had grasped the unblemished inheritance. However, he had died too long ago, and the secret technique from when he was alive couldn't be passed down flawlessly. After entering the saint realm, we can use this technique to recultivate every secret realm. This is the capital that makes our physiques invincible. After the divine physique finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. He looked at the mountains and rivers and sighed softly. Duanda, the Black Emperor, Li Tian, and the others all scratched their ears and cheeks. They couldn't sit or lie down in peace. They all saluted one after another, saying that they would like to ask the senior for guidance and for him to pass down a Tao technique. Evil thoughts were born after death. Is it because I didn't pass down the unblemished technique? I have an unfinished mission. Now that I have returned to this land, it is finally complete. The divine physique sighed and took a step forward, walking into the distance. Senior. Yi Fan and the others all shouted, but the divine physique didn't respond at all. He took a step forward, and the mountains and rivers shook. The wind and clouds changed, and the great Tao interacted with each other, giving rise to all kinds of strange phenomena. Heavens, just how powerful is he? Not even great emperors of the past can compare to this, right? The Black Emperor was shocked. In the distance, a true dragon soared into the sky, an immortal phoenix circled about, a black tortoise opened up a path. Streaks of auspicious brilliance and divine splendor formed a great golden path. The great sage walked on it, disappearing into the horizon. Only Tao light flickered, turning into 9 heavens' thunder. Even heaven and earth produced strange scenes for him, acknowledging his unmatched Tao fruit. This was rarely seen throughout the ages, and not many people could accomplish this. Where is he going? Hurry and chase after him. Duanda said. The memories of the divine physique's past life were unlocked. That was a boundless immortal treasury. If they could obtain it, it would be equivalent to robbing an emperor's tomb. However, they couldn't catch up at all. The great sage took a step forward, and the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers all moved in reverse. Tao patterns appeared beneath his feet, and a single step took him hundreds of thousands of li, disappearing in an instant. This type of speed was too terrifying, leaving everyone alarmed. His steps seemed to pierce through the void. That great golden path and all types of heaven and earth miraculous scenes followed him into the distance. Don't chase after him. Even if the various ancient kings came, they wouldn't be able to catch up to him. I think he should want to see these familiar and magnificent mountains and rivers one last time, and then he will disappear. Yi Fan said softly. He understood this type of state of mind, and it was precisely this type of sadness. That day, the eastern wastelands were greatly shaken. All creatures trembled, as if they sensed the departure of an ancient great emperor. There wasn't a single one of them who didn't bow in that direction. The divine physique continued forward, seeing many great wastelands. His eyes were filled with endless vicissitudes, as if he was recalling many things of the past. Then, he continued on foot, entering Undying Mountain. Not even the various archaic ancient kings dared to set foot here, yet he entered just like that. This shocked an ancient king who passed by indescribably, almost to the point of being stupefied. He entered Undying Mountain. When this news spread out, many ancient kings were stupefied. Several people in this region hurried over as soon as possible to see the results. Within Undying Mountain, there were large amounts of great black peaks. The great golden path beneath the feet of the great sage led straight to the central region. That place was surrounded by a mountain range, and mist curled about it. It was mysterious and unfathomable, and from ancient times until now, apart from great emperors, no one knew what it was. The headless knight who was guarding this place rushed over. All of the fine hairs on his body stood on end, as if he was suffering from an extremely great pressure. His entire body was about to split apart as he continuously retreated. Retreat, let him pass. Right at this time, at the center of Undying Mountain's most mysterious mist region, a cold and emotionless voice rang out. There was an unmatched dignity radiating outwards. The divine physique passed through the mist region at the center of Undying Mountain, walking on foot. It was as if he was reminiscing about the past. He stopped here for a moment and said, "This is the place where we fought before." Then, he walked into the distance step by step. Only after a long time had passed did a pair of eyes open in the mist region, staring at his retreating figure for a long time. In another direction, the two ancient kings who were chasing after him saw him pass through. Their bodies went cold, and they said to themselves with trembling voices, "He crossed over." A great golden path directly reached the northern region. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of li long it was. Immortal phoenixes danced in the air and true dragons coiled about. It was as if a celestial emperor was traveling. At this moment, all the saints in all directions sensed the aura of a great emperor through the heavenly Tao. There wasn't a single one of them who wasn't shaken. They were all intimidated. The divine physique looked at the mountains, rivers, and great earth. He entered the northern region and said to himself, "The ancient race has awakened. I actually saw this era. Is there hope for the immortal path to be opened? What a pity that I missed it." Immortal ascension, he felt a type of regret, but his eyes quickly blazed with brilliance. His battle intent split the heavens as he swept through the entire northern region. He walked forward step by step, heading towards the places where the blood energy was the most flourishing. He came. He's too fast. He didn't open the realm gates and directly walked over, yet he entered the northern region in an instant. The ancient kings were all shocked. His body really has the aura of an archaic emperor. The divine physique entered the northern region. All of the archaic clans were terrified. Everyone was in a state of confusion, and their hearts were at a loss. His first stop was the primitive lake, shocking all of the emperor clans until their fine hairs stood on end. Ancient imperial weapons floated up and down, ready to be activated at any time. What are we supposed to do? Does the human race really have a great emperor that hasn't died? Who could brave death and enter Origin Ancient Mind to invite an unmatched existence into this world? The people of the primitive lake were alarmed. They almost stopped breathing. The power of the divine physique was too great. He stood on their divine lake just like that, not moving at all. Resplendent radiance illuminated every inch of the lake. A moment later, they were on the verge of collapse. They finally released a breath of relief, because that terrifying human had left. It made them feel as if thousands of years had passed. Soon after, in front of the Fire Chelan cave, a human figure appeared. His back was facing the ancient cave, and a heaven-overflowing might was released from his body, shocking everyone until they were all terrified. What happened? A human great emperor is actually still alive. An hour later, Blood Phoenix Mountain, Divine Silkworm Ridge, and the other emperor clans were all horrified. That day, they all personally faced that human's unmatched might. The pressure was so great that they felt like they were suffocating. He entered the important lands of several great emperor clans alone, making every single clan tremble in fear. What kind of divine might was this? All of the archaic clans were alarmed to the extreme. In the end, the divine physique passed through the absolute beginning forbidden region, shaking up the entire northern region. The kings of all clans were all stupefied. Meanwhile, what shocked them the most was that the great golden path led all the way to Origin Ancient Mine. He walked over just like that. The Fire Chelan often came to the absolute beginning forbidden region, and now that he personally saw everything, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief. He is going to enter Origin Ancient Mine? Chapter 891. The absolute beginning forbidden land was desolate and lacked vitality. It was a forbidden land that had existed since ancient times. Not many people dared to enter it. In particular, the ancient mine in the center was shrouded in a mysterious mist all year round. No one really knew what was inside. It was a taboo topic that could not be discussed. But now, a golden path spread out. No matter how the space distorted, how the domains surged, and how the great Tao crushed down, it was difficult to stop this immortal great Tao. A resplendent figure stood there, the sun and moon revolving around him. Stars revolved around him, and the true dragon, vermilion bird, and the other four symbols protected him. At this moment, his aura rose to the extreme. The great completion divine body seemed to be deeply aware of how terrifying Origin Ancient Mine was. He didn't hold back in the slightest, fighting intent splitting the heavens, completely operating all of the fighting strength he could currently display. Heaven and earth's great Tao rumbled. The entire eastern wasteland's heavenly Tao resonated with each other, releasing endless divine chains of order, all of them gathering on his body, descending above Origin Ancient Mine. It was as if he had sprouted wings and ascended to immortality, a divine chain appearing from every pore on his body, as if he was reborn through immortal flames. There were 81 true dragons, vermilion birds, and others of every type, surrounding it. Brilliant light shone, covering the heavens above and earth below, completely submerging this place. The great completion divine body took a step down the great golden path, arriving in front of Origin Ancient Mine. This was a black-colored mine, devouring the essence of the sun, moon, stars, and all things in heaven and earth. Time passed slowly, and it was unknown how many years it had been since a creature set foot in this place. This was one of the most terrifying restricted areas under the heavens. All races were forbidden from entering. Motherf * King Human King, do you wish to level the entire Origin Ancient Mine? A cold voice rang out from within the Origin Ancient Mine. The ancient mine that had remained silent for tens of thousands of years actually released a sound, making one's soul tremble. If news of this got out, it would definitely shake the world. This was an unimaginable restricted region. Years ago, Yi Fan and Yao Guang's Saint Sun had mistakenly entered the absolute beginning forbidden area. They were lucky enough to escape a calamity. They had watched this mine from a distance. That night, it had absorbed and released starlight, which had darkened the entire starry sky several times. They had seen some corpses wearing ancient clothes floating in the silver light like a waterfall. Now, the divine physique directly arrived in front of this ancient cave and gazed downwards, personally observing this most mysterious forbidden land from past to present. In the end, the great accomplishment divine body took a step inside, entering origin ancient mine. Vermilion birds, true dragons, cheelants, and others surrounded him. Heaven and earth auspicious colors and other things descended together, bringing in all of the wondrous scenes. At the same time, he unleashed his own phenomenon. It was a phenomenon exclusive to a large success sage body. He entered the origin ancient mine alone. Unfortunately, he had sunk into the ground, and no one could see him. Outside the absolute beginning forbidden zone, the fire Chelan was stunned. He stood in the sky and tried his best to open his heavenly eye, but he couldn't see anything. He only knew that the great perfection Saint Physique had disappeared. The other ancient kings were also here. Their heavenly eyes were even more terrifying, and they could see thousands of miles away. Through the mysterious mist of the absolute beginning forbidden area, they could vaguely see the divine physique entering the ancient mine. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. He went in. That emperor of the human clan entered the ancient mine that exists forever with the world. Heavens! Does he really want to fight the supreme existence in the immortal mine? The restricted area of absolute beginning immediately became dusky, dark clouds covering the sky. It was as if a giant reversed the reincarnation of heaven and earth, making the Tao laws and other things here completely chaotic. Wang! Origin ancient mind trembled, taking in and sending out heaven and earth's spiritual essence. Stars actually appeared in the sky dome above. It was clearly daytime, but because of the great changes in this place, there were endless stars flickering about. Hong! Endless stellar radiance gathered together, forming a boundless white expanse. It was as if primal chaos was falling down, all of it entering the ancient mine. It was just like what Yi Fan saw that night. The restricted area of absolute beginning entered darkness. Only the ancient mine was bright, within the boundless stellar radiance, mysterious and terrifying. All of the ancient kings in the horizon shivered inwardly, releasing a breath of cold air. They saw a few void figures that rose and fell in the stellar radiance. Some of them were corpses, some of them seemingly alive. That type of ancient clothing made their scalps go numb. Are the human race's emperors fighting in the ancient mine? Origin ancient mine took in and sent out the essence of heaven and earth. There was terrifying power surging, all types of great Tao laws appearing, interweaving there, forming an expanse of immortal light. More than 100,000 years ago, there was a great battle outside the restricted area of absolute beginning, but they didn't enter the ancient mine. Now, their long-cherished wish has been fulfilled. This place is formidable, defying the natural luck of heaven and earth. The voice of the great completion divine physique rang through the ancient mine. It was as if he was taking a stroll, observing every corner. It was regretful, because no one knew what he saw. In the outside world, they could only see that origin ancient mine was like a heaven-opening ancient beast. Each time it took in and spat out, the world would become pitch black, as if it would swallow all of the stars in the sky. After a long time had passed, it would spit out again, restoring brightness. Meanwhile, between heaven and earth, all of the essence energy would be sucked dry. Right now, all of the eastern wasteland's essence and Tao mark seemed to have gathered here, making all of the ancient kings tremble with fear. Even if it is the human race great emperor, he still cannot provoke and be rude like this, entering deep into origin ancient mine. Are you trying to start a war? An ancient voice sounded, cold and emotionless, possessing a dignity that made all life tremble. Let him go, there is no need to fight. He isn't a living person, unable to exist in this world for a long time. If he takes away half of his life, then it really isn't worth it. Another ancient voice sounded, as if it had just woken up from a deep slumber, not a trace of emotion fluctuating. The ancient mind became quiet again, not a trace of noise left. It was just as quiet and mysterious as before. Only the great completion divine physique was walking about alone. He was like a lonely traveler. With a sigh, it resounded through the entire immortal mine. He bathed in divine splendor, irregular scenes curling about him. He didn't take the initiative to take action. No one knew what he saw. He lingered about underground alone, and only after a long time did he turn around. He stepped on the void, arriving outside the mine. Behind him, a pair of eyes opened, looking at his rear figure. They were ice-cold and emotionless, as if the 7 emotions and 6 desires had been erased, severing all emotions in this world. Who wishes to fight against me? The great completion divine physique said to himself. He stood at the entrance of Origin ancient mine, not turning around, standing there without moving. In the immortal mine, that pair of emotionless eyes became even more dazzling, severing all emotions and desires. It was as if it had experienced endless reincarnations, staring at him without blinking. Let him leave. Another voice said. Outside the absolute beginning forbidden region, all of the ancient races were stunned. That human whose entire body was surrounded by Tao patterns walked out from the immortal mine. Every single one of them shivered inwardly. He entered Origin ancient mine safe and sound, returning alive. This made the ancient race's various ancient kings feel that this was inconceivable, their souls shaken. After the great completion divine physique came out from the immortal mine, he felt a bit disappointed and frustrated. He shook his head, as if he suddenly understood something. In the end, he turned around and gave everyone a final look before turning around to leave. The heavenly Tao rumbled. The great golden path beneath his feet reappeared, reaching outside the forbidden region. He entered the divine city, standing in the sky for a long time. His eyes suddenly blazed with brilliance, passing through who knew how many tens of thousands of li, separately shooting towards the various important places of the archaic great king clans. At this moment, all of the ancient races were trembling with fear. Not a single person dared to resist. Just how powerful was this power? He was in the divine city, yet he carried out this type of intimidation. It was as if the heavens were crushing down. Regardless of whether it was the nest of 10,000 dragons, Fire Chelan Cave, or Primitive Lake, they all felt as if they were facing a deity. Was this a warning? The various races were truly terrified. A long time ago, the various races still looked down on the human race, acting high and mighty. Even after the Jade Lake meeting, there were still many ancient races who were unconvinced. There were some among them who didn't believe that great Emperor Wu Shi was still alive. And now, a human who was powerful to an unfathomable degree stood above the divine city, his might sweeping through the various races, making them feel like they were suffocating. There was no way they wouldn't believe this. This was the aura of a true ancient emperor. In an instant, it covered the entire northern region. All legends could be fake, but only when one personally witnessed it would it be real. This was the first time the various ancient races felt so insignificant. Such a person could flatten them all. The ancient emperor is still alive? Who exactly is he? Many ancient creatures trembled. He went to the forbidden region of absolute beginning and returned unharmed. Who is willing to brave death and enter to ask for guidance on what exactly happened? Unfortunately, not a single person was willing to go. Only the Fire Chelan remained at the border of absolute beginning. All living things coexist, there is a reason for their existence. The divine physique softly muttered to himself, but the fluctuations were like thunder from the 9 heavens, exploding in the sky above the various king races, causing them to shiver. Everything that Yi Fan, the white-robed divine king and the others had done before, as well as the various schemes they had laid down, was far less intimidating than the suppression brought about by the appearance of the divine physique. Boom! A beam of golden light flew up from above the divine city, passing through the entire eastern wasteland and reaching the southern region. The towering immortal light disappeared, and the divine physique walked on foot, disappearing in an instant. In a short moment, he arrived in the southern region from the northern region, descending on the great earth. All the experts who learned of this through the celestial perception felt their hearts tremble. What kind of method is this? He went from the northern region to the southern region in just a few steps. What kind of divine ability is this? No wonder the ancient emperors were able to travel between star domains alone. At this moment, even the saints were scared and couldn't help but tremble. On this day, the ancient race was scared to the extreme. It could be predicted that in the future, they would definitely lower their stance and would no longer dare to look down on the human race. In their eyes, this was a living existence like an ancient emperor. His aura could swallow mountains and rivers, and his might could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The divine physique entered the southern region. Some people guessed that he went to the forbidden ancient land, and some people said that he entered the bronze immortal palace. The moment he landed on the ground, all of his aura disappeared, and no one could sense him anymore. No one knew that he had arrived in a mountain range. The sky was filled with pure white flowers as he moved forward. Each one was snow white and flawless, flowing with a faint fragrance. In the depths of this mountain range, there were some mounds that were much shorter than the mountain range. Upon closer inspection, some of them looked like tombs. However, most of them had already been destroyed and almost no longer existed. They were dilapidated and desolate. The pure white petals scattered down and landed in front of this collapsed mound. The divine physique's eyes turned, and it seemed as if it had been thousands of years. His expression dimmed, and there was a kind of sadness. "I've come to see you." He stood in front of a collapsed mound and muttered to himself, "I can pluck the stars and capture the moon. I can shatter the starry sky, but I can't let you live. I've kept your immortal appearance, but I can't keep that wisp of your soul." He stood there silently for a long time and walked towards the other mounds that were about to be obliterated by the passage of time. Something like tears flickered in his eyes as he said, "My old friends who once fought shoulder to shoulder with me, my comrades, I've come to see you." The world had changed, and the cemetery he had personally built had long since sunk and disappeared. The brothers who had once gone through life and death with him, his old friends, and his confidants were all resting here. "I've returned. I won't be separated anymore. I'll be with you all forever." In the end, the divine physique turned into a rain of light that fluttered about and entered this mountain range. The rain of light sprinkled into the graves of his confidants and fell into the graves of his old friends who had fought shoulder to shoulder with him. Chapter 892. The Great Completion Saint Physique turned into a rain of light. Bit by bit, it entered the mound and disappeared into the wilderness. The world didn't know that he had ascended to heaven. At the same time, Yifan's primordial spirit trembled. The light from the Great Completion Saint Physique dimmed and finally disappeared. He has left this world. Yifan stood on the broken black mountain and remained silent. He could foresee the ending of the great sage. After seeing the magnificent mountains and rivers, he would finally leave this world. Looking back after hundreds of thousands of years, standing in front of the graves of his comrades, old friends, and confidants, he would feel sad. He would watch them grow old one by one and leave this world. In the end, he would bury their bones with his own hands. Yifan thought of many things. Would this also be his life? Half a life of glory and half a life of loneliness. Would he watch Pang Bo, Ji Ziyue, and the others grow old one by one and be buried for them? This kind of ending was too sad. He didn't want this kind of ending. If such a day really came, how would he face it? At this moment, he truly felt the sorrow of the Great Completion Saint Physique. He watched the people around him walk towards the end of their lives, bid farewell to the people he had once fought shoulder to shoulder with, and watched them return to the earth. What kind of sadness was this? Yifan thought of these scenes and couldn't help but shiver. Then, he slowly came back to his senses. The only thing he was happy about was that that day was still far away. "What are you thinking about?" Yen Ishi asked. Yifan quickly collected his thoughts. The Great Completion Saint Physique was a mirror. It reflected his past life and indirectly reflected his life. It's a pity that he left just like that. He's an existence that could compete with the ancient emperors. Missing him is like missing a tomb of immortals. It's an immeasurable loss for those who want to research the past of the emperors. Duanda gritted his teeth. Not long after, the monkey and Pang Bo returned. They had chased for 30,000 miles and only saw some traces left by Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman. They couldn't fight with them. What happened here? Just now, the aura of the ancient emperors filled the air. It was too terrifying. We couldn't even move from afar, Pang Bo said. Yi Fan recounted what had just happened, and Qi Luo was so shocked that he was tongue-tied and speechless. He repeatedly said that it was terrifying and a pity. The great battle here had completely ended. No one knew how many enemies had been killed, and the 12 Wuxia killing formations had reaped countless lives. Severed limbs, heads, shattered bones, and bloody mud were everywhere on this broken mountain. It was like an Azura's field. It's over, Yi Fan said to himself. Bloody mist pervaded the air, curling around the black broken mountain. It was full of a fishy smell that made one want to vomit. Crushed bones and flesh were piled up together, creating a ghastly sight. Within the broken Heaven Mountain range, there were many people who had not entered the central region. They had only come to watch. At this moment, the killing formation had already collapsed, and they gathered their courage to approach. All of them felt their hairs stand on end, and a chill ran down their spines. The black broken mountain was dyed red by the blood. That cruel scene made everyone's heart jump and their hair stand on end. A few less courageous people let out strange cries and quickly retreated. The scene here was too terrifying. How was this the human world? It was clearly a true purgatory. Many people at the foot of the mountain were dumbfounded. They saw streaks of blood flowing down the black mountain, flowing from the clouds all the way to the base of the mountain. This kind of terrifying scene shocked everyone. In the broken Heaven Mountain range, every black mountain was tens of thousands of meters tall. This was the blood flowing down from the flattened mountain peaks. How many people had to die to create such a terrifying scene? There wasn't a single person who wasn't scared. They felt a chill run down their spine, and even their hair stood on end. Even if they didn't fly up, they knew that the area above had definitely turned into a bloody killing field. Many people were rejoicing that they didn't enter. Otherwise, they would have most likely turned into blood and flowed down the mountain, becoming one of the many corpses. This battle shook the world. On this day, the 5 regions were shaken. At this moment, the ancient races were in a panic. Yi Fan's slaughter covered the land with corpses and dyed the broken Heaven Mountain range red. At the final juncture, a human emperor even appeared. He entered Undying Mountain and Origin Ancient Mine, intimidating the various great kings like a legend. A violent storm swept through the entire great earth. Everyone was shaken, and not a single person could remain calm. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others crossed the void and immediately returned to Heavenly Village. They didn't want to experience anything unexpected in this storm, so they quietly observed everything in the outside world. A haze rose in the hearts of the various ancient tribes. The great human emperor was like a great mountain pressing down on their hearts. Even the ancient road ancient kings were afraid. Who dared to go to Origin Ancient Mine to seek confirmation and ask what happened? There was not a single person. The ancient races didn't dare to set foot there, not even the ancient princes. Apart from the Fire Qilin, ordinary people didn't even dare to approach the forbidden region of absolute beginning. Not a single person was willing to risk their lives to have an audience with a legendary existence. The human race was seething with excitement. They released a breath of relief. The aura and divine might of the great emperor that day made everyone establish a type of conviction. The human race was the master of this great earth, and they didn't fear the might of the myriad races. Many people predicted that a truly peaceful era had arrived. It was no longer a piece of paper, no longer something to worry about. They believed that for a very long time, there really would be no saints under the heavens. Is it great Emperor Wuxia? It doesn't seem like him. His style of doing things is different. Who can say for sure? In any case, the human race still has an emperor alive. This is an indisputable fact. The various ancient tribes were all bitter. A single person had intimidated them to the point where so many ancient kings didn't dare to speak or take action. What kind of power was this? The ancient king that had passed by Broken Heaven Mountain Range wanted to say something, but he discovered that he really didn't hear it clearly. He was completely intimidated by the great sage's body. At that time, he was trembling with fear and didn't have any recollection of what happened. He erased the imprint in my heart? When he thought of the result, this ancient king was so frightened that he hurriedly went into seclusion, not daring to come out. In the following half a month, everyone was talking about the ancient great emperor. They compared him with the people of history and guessed his identity. There were also people who believed that there was someone in the present world who could prove his Tao. The commotion didn't cease. Everyone was discussing. The human great emperor wasn't someone that everyone could see. Living together with him for a lifetime was a type of great glory. There was no need to worry about being bullied by other races. During this period of time, the ancient races all became very low profile. They no longer had the arrogance of the past, and it was as if they had suddenly lost their confidence. In various places, the ancient races still appeared. No matter how illustrious their statuses were, there was no longer anyone who acted high and mighty, truly interacting with the human race as equals. The crocodile ancestor is the so-called deity from the outer realms. This ancient demon's strength is unfathomably deep. His true body is on ancient Mars star, and he has a divine fetus in this world. There will most likely be trouble in the future. In the heavenly village, Pang Bo, Li Tian, and the others were discussing. Divine fetus, are you guys talking about him? The Black Emperor stretched out a large claw, and between the claw was a foot-long golden crocodile. He laughed like a big wolf and said, "Have you forgotten? He was almost eaten by this emperor here, so there's no way he will have a divine fetus." Not him, this is only a descendant of the crocodile ancestor. Yi Fan shook his head and said seriously. The crocodile ancestor was only a primordial spirit that came to this world with some descendants. The divine fetus formed on this ancient star shouldn't be a physical body. Yes, the primordial spirit can transform again and transform into a divine fetus. The demon race has such a heaven-defying great art that can reconstruct a second true body. Duanda said. There's such a saying? Even this old man has never heard of it. Chi Luo interrupted from the side. Duanda's expression was solemn as he nodded in confirmation. He had seen such a mural in an ancient tomb before. The primordial spirit could transform into a divine fetus, recreating a second life. If the original body died, this life could replace it. What a heaven-defying art. Pang Bo was astonished. The Black Emperor nodded and said solemnly, "That's right, the demon race does have such a heaven-defying art. It has been lost for many years, and almost no one in the current world can use it. The divine fetus formed by this kind of art wasn't an incarnation. If it was truly successful, it would become a second self. Of course, there were advantages and disadvantages. Who would be the leader was a big problem. They might harm themselves and fight against the first true body because no one was willing to be someone else's shadow. The second true body of the crocodile ancestor is also the so-called divine fetus. It's related to Li Xiaoman. As long as we find her, we can kill her smoothly." Yi Fan said. There were 2 more people in the heavenly village. Wu Zhongtian and Jiang Huairan were rescued from the 9 Serenities mountain, and it was a true reunion of old friends. That was a place sealed by an ancient divine formation. Back then, they were chased to the point where there was no path to heaven and no door to earth. They mistakenly entered the formation and escaped. Now, they were finally free. When old friends met, they naturally had endless things to talk about. They drank and chatted merrily, reminiscing about the past. A month later, the commotion caused by the great human emperor finally calmed down a little. It was no longer as noisy as before. Many people started to think and no longer continued to pursue something. After the commotion caused by the great emperor, the murderous situation in the Broken Heaven mountain range immediately became the focal point of everyone's discussion. It was unknown how many people had died in this battle. The intestines of the 2 great killer divine dynasties were green with regret. The preparations started from the 5-colored altar. Everything was done by the human race's divine physique to lure the enemy into the trap. It was impossible to count how many people had died in the Broken Heaven mountain range. Fresh blood dyed the black mountains red and flowed to the foot of the mountains. It was incomparably horrifying. Everything was fake. He had no intention of leaving this world at all. He only wanted to eliminate the enemy. This battle caused everyone to feel uneasy and their internal organs to tremble. A long time had passed since the massacre, but it still caused many people to feel a chill down their spines. It was just too bloody. He killed people to the point where their hearts trembled. After this battle, not many people would dare to provoke the human race's divine physique in this era without saints. This was the thought in many people's minds. No one was not scared. Yi Fan had flattened the clan of the ancients, fought against the ancient killer divine dynasty, killed Yuan Gu, killed the goddess of hell, and shot the divine sons to death. The murderous situation dyed the broken heaven mountain range with blood. How many people would still dare to provoke such power? Heavenly Prince, a true man should keep his promise. This humble Taoist Yuanshi and junior brother Tong Tian are waiting for you in the divine city to deliver the enlightened T-heart. On this day, the two Taoists announced in the divine city that the Heavenly Prince would keep his promise and deliver the wager from before. Clang! In the foreign battleground, a sealed ancient ship emitted a metallic sound as a wave of life came from inside. If Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yan Ishi were here, they would definitely be shocked. This was the mysterious ancient ship they saw when they crossed over from Z-Wei. There's still a living great emperor in the northern Dipper Star region? The terrifying wave from a month ago had completely disappeared and never appeared again. Oh, Yuanshi Daoist and Tong Tian Daoist. Interesting names. A voice came from the mysterious ancient ship. Chapter 893. The divine city was still the same, the city walls like they were cast from tungsten iron, flickering with cold light. It had remained unbroken since the ancient times, the northern region center since the ancient times. Now that the various races of the northern domain had been revived, it was only natural that word from Daoist Heavenspan and Daoist Primeval would spread like wildfire. The heart of the Enlightenment ancient tea tree was a priceless treasure. Carrying it on one's body would allow one to achieve twice the results with half the effort. It was close to the order of the world and could aid one in comprehending the Tao. It was a rare treasure. The Heavenly Prince's face was ashen, but he had already said it. If he went back on his word, it would be quite a stain on his status as the Son of God. In the end, he reluctantly gave up and had someone deliver it to him. This was an old man, one of his Tao protectors. He came to a small tea house in the God City, took a deep look at Yi Fan and Pang Bo, and left behind a pendant. It was perfectly round and translucent, the essence core of the Tao comprehension tea tree. It was sparkling and translucent, streaks of patterns winding about it. It was innately connected to the Tao, producing a resonance. The undying Heavenly Emperor carved the Tao comprehension tea tree into a coffin, refining its essence core and leaving it for his heirs. It was difficult to find a second one in this world, a divine treasure of a fantasy level. I didn't think that the Heavenly Prince would really give it away. Pang Bo laughed heartily. He held it in his palm and observed it carefully. He felt as if he had connected with the Tao in that instant. I don't need it. You can keep it. Yi Fan looked at him and said, I don't need it. You can keep it. The hurdle of cutting the Tao was right in front of him. He had to rely on himself to realize the true sublimation of the Tao self. Neither the Bodhi seed nor the enlightenment tea heart were necessary. Pang Bo and Yi Fan had gone through thick and thin together. They had come to this world together, so naturally, he wouldn't stand on ceremony and brought it along with him. Is godly diviner's divination accurate? Can we really leave this world? Pang Bo asked. Over the past few days, the two of them had visited many friends because they were afraid of leaving at any time. That's hard to say. Maybe a few months, maybe a few years, or even a few decades before we can leave. Yi Fan frowned. In the next moment, they directly crossed the void and disappeared. They did not want to be followed and schemed against by the furious Heavenly Prince. God damn it, this stupid bird ate one more bite, it's a huge loss. In the village of heaven, the Black Emperor shouted loudly. Ji Ziyue, on the other hand, was all smiles as she gently stroked the furry little phoenix with her slender hands. It was only the size of a fist and was round and plump. Every single strand of its fur was golden and dazzling, exuding an oppressive aura. Chirp chirp, it was chirping softly as it soaked in the 9-aperture Holy Spirit fluid. It flapped its wings and seemed to be enjoying itself. Just now, it had even taken a mouthful of the divine fluid. Now, everyone could see its potential. At the very least, it could grow to the demonic sage realm. After the G family learned of the cause and effect, they naturally nurtured it at all costs. They got Ji Ziyue to bring a piece of divine material, in exchange for the psychic divine liquid of 9 orifices. This was a piece of flesh that was only the size of a finger joint. It was sparkling and translucent, possessing a type of undying fluctuation. Divine radiance pervaded the air, giving it an indescribably sinister appearance. However, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, the monkey, the Black Emperor, and the others felt a kind of trembling feeling in front of it. They couldn't help but want to kowtow to it. The strangest thing was that Duanda's heaven-devouring demonic jar was ringing. Don't tell me, this is the flesh of a great emperor. Li Tian swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Even Qi Luo was alarmed and rushed over at the first moment. Yan Yishi, Li Heishui, and the others quickly surrounded them. All of them were filled with astonishment. Duanda rubbed his hands and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He said, "This is the flesh of a void great emperor?" "No." Ji Ziyue wrinkled her nose and rolled her eyes at him. Clang clang. The heaven-devouring demonic lid in Duanda's forehead struggled and flew out on its own. It hovered above his head and dropped down immortal radiance. This is definitely the flesh of an ancient great emperor. Even though the essence within has been completely lost, the extreme emperor weapon is still resonating. Could this be vicious corpse? Duanda was horrified. This is something brought out from the bronze immortal palace countless years ago. Ji Ziyue said seriously. Everyone's heart jumped, and they revealed a shocked expression. The Ji family's gift was truly great. Even though it was just a small piece of flesh, it was priceless. This was from the corpse of a great emperor. Not only could it be used to forge an immortal weapon, it could also be used for cultivation. The most precious part was the emperor pattern within it. If one comprehended it, they could benefit for a lifetime. The great emperor's power within it had naturally dissipated long ago. It had already been guided out by Ji clan. Otherwise, no one could approach it. It would make one's body collapse. Emperors were not to be profaned. The bronze immortal palace was shrouded in a mysterious halo. It would only appear once every several thousand to several tens of thousands of years. It could travel through the earth veins and appear at a different location every time. According to legend, there was the secret to becoming an immortal inside. However, no one could find the end. Since ancient times, almost all those who entered had died. Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue were fortunate enough to enter and obtained a great opportunity. With the help of the green copper piece, they collected the origin root of all life energy and returned alive. Meanwhile, the human race's genius Nangong Zheng also returned alive. This was one of the few survivors recorded since ancient times. Apart from this, there was also the great sage who returned alive. The others all turned into bones and perished inside. That great sage's harvest was the greatest. Unfortunately, he didn't have the life to enjoy it. Countless years ago, he was the only survivor and carried out some broken corpses from the bronze immortal palace. Unfortunately, not everyone could touch emperor corpses. Even if he was the great sage, he still couldn't. In addition, he didn't have much lifespan left to begin with. He passed away the day he carried them out. Many of the ancient sects in the eastern wasteland knew about what happened later. There were many rumors that the most flourishing holy lands divided the pieces of corpses. In the past, the ancestors in the family always denied it and said that it was just a rumor. Now, they finally told me the truth. Everything is true. Ji Ziyue said. The Ji family was the luckiest. They found a ring in the flesh. It looked ordinary and was made from a bronze piece. It was very rough, as if it came from the hands of a child. However, it was undying and had existed for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. It was even sturdier than a holy weapon and withstood the tempering of time. There were no Tao patterns on it, but it had a mysterious power that was hard to fathom. It could be called a secret treasure. Later on, a saint from the Ji family speculated that this was originally an ordinary piece of bronze. However, it was the most beloved item of that great emperor. It was worn by him for many years and received the nourishment of the great emperor's divinity. It might even be the sustenance of his spirit. It had already turned into an immortal treasure. Only an ancient great emperor had this kind of method to turn an ordinary piece of bronze into an immortal ring. It was eternal and full of divinity. Swoosh! A light flashed in Ji Ziue's hand and an ancient ring appeared. It was indeed very crude and not exquisite at all, but it had an indescribable charm that could make any treasure dim in front of it. This ring was originally lost. Ji Ziue found it in a corner of the family when she was young and played with it. At that time, it released strands of immortal splendor and alarmed the elders. Later on, a group of elders had a secret discussion and directly bestowed it to her, warning her never to lose it. Boom! The heaven-devouring demon cap seemed to have come to life. It released strands of extreme divine might and left Duanda's head. It quickly shrunk and floated above Ji Ziue's palm. Everyone was shocked. However, what made them feel slightly at ease was that its divine might was restrained and did not harm anyone. It only made them tremble in fear. Does the corpse in the bronze immortal palace really belong to Vicious? Everyone was astonished. Yes. Duanda was trembling. He spoke of a shocking matter. Ever since he obtained the heaven-devouring demon cap, he would occasionally have nightmares. He would always see a rough ring and a devil mask. Now, after seeing this rough bronze ring, his fine hairs stood on end and he broke out in cold sweat. This was exactly the same as what he saw in his dream. Vicious Great Emperor's ring. When everyone heard this, they were all dumbstruck. This was indeed an immortal treasure. Without a doubt, Vicious was a miracle. He lived far longer than the other great emperors. He was reborn several times and lived more than 3 or 4 lifetimes. This was truly shocking. Are Southern Mountain's Heavenly Emperor and Ancient Chaos Great Emperor also ruthless? Pang Bo asked. Southern Mountain's Heavenly Emperor might be, but Ancient Chaos is definitely not. My celestial court has a great sage who has seen Ancient Chaos Great Emperor. Qi Luo shook his head. There were too many secrets regarding Vicious. Some even suspected that he was still alive and had been reborn, existing forever with the world. Of course, there were even more people who objected because it was impossible for 2 great emperors to exist in the same lifetime. This revered great emperor had finally ascended to heaven. In my dreams, I often experience the feeling of parting. Occasionally, I can see a blurry image of a little girl with braided goat horns sending off a young man and a group of people on a long journey. In front of them, there is a 5-colored altar. This was the main reason why Ji Ziue showed this ring. She couldn't calm down after seeing this scene. Knowing that Yifan would leave, she couldn't help but tell him the secret of the 5-colored altar. In Ji Ziue's dream, it was a very remote mountain village. The little girl came from a poor family. Her clothes were all patched up and even her shoes had toe holes. It was very pitiful. That youth was her only relative. They depended on each other. The devil mask was their only toy. There were no luxurious jewelry. To make the little girl happy, the youth used a bronze piece to make a ring for her. Even though it was very rough, the little girl treated it as a treasure. Later on, a group of people came and treated the youth as a genius. They took him away but shook their heads at the little girl's talent. No matter how she cried, they forcefully took the youth away. The little girl cried and ran away with her tattered shoes. The youth begged bitterly and the group finally agreed to let her send them off. Finally, they came before a 5-colored altar. The youth and a group of people, as well as many young geniuses, climbed up and were about to leave. No matter how much the little girl cried, she couldn't get close anymore. Before leaving, the youth took away the devil mask and left behind the ring. He waved at her and finally disappeared from the 5-colored altar. A few years later, the little girl grew up in the midst of hardship. She always guarded the altar, and one day, she saw many people returning. She disregarded everything and ran forward, only to see the skeleton of the youth. She was forcefully pulled away, unable to even look at it. She cried loudly, and from then on, she was never seen again. All the scenes ended there and never appeared again. This was the blurry scene that Jizue often dreamed of wearing the ring. That little girl was the future Empress Ruthless? Their hearts were undulating. No talent, a pitiful little girl. She was the future Empress Ruthless who shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries? After they learned of this, they weren't shocked. Instead, they felt pity and sighed. Every time they faced the heaven-devouring evil jar and saw the expression of the devil mask that seemed to be crying yet not crying, smiling yet not smiling, they couldn't help but feel bitter and infected. Many people guessed that it was an unforgettable experience for Ruthless. There were tears in the smile, beautiful memories in the bitterness, but they didn't expect there to be such a secret. In the eyes of outsiders, it might be an ordinary past, but it was the most precious thing in the little girl's life. It was a memory that Empress Ruthless could never forget. No one knew what happened after she grew up. That might be the beginning of her glory, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, at least in the eyes of outsiders. But she didn't leave behind her own memories. What happened after that? No one knew. Jizue looked at Yifan and said softly, "I know you are going far away. Not long ago, I checked the geographical map and found the current location of the 5-colored altar in the dream." Chapter 894. What? 5-colored altar? Everyone present was shocked as they looked at Jizue. It should be in the middle continent. Jizue searched through the ancient books and found some clues. The scene in the dream was very similar to a place in the middle continent. The more she investigated, the more shocked she became. There was once a god dynasty in the middle continent called Yuhua. If it was still around, it might have been the #1 dynasty in the world. It was once at its peak. At that time, the other 4 god dynasties had yet to appear. More than half of the territory of the middle continent was under its rule. No one dared to disobey its orders. From the word Yuhua, it could be inferred that most of this dynasty was prosperous. They pursued the true meaning of longevity. Everything was for the sake of becoming an immortal. However, it fell apart overnight and was removed from this world. It was as if it had never existed. Even the ancient books didn't record it clearly. Jizue searched through the ancient books in the Ji family scripture pavilion and compared them to various ancient maps and the current mountain and river diagram. She discovered that the 5-colored altar in the dream was located next to the ancestral temple of the Yuhua god dynasty. The Yuhua god dynasty is so powerful. They have the 5-colored altar? Pang Bo was shocked. All the altars in the world had become ruins. No one could control them. I've heard of it too. This is an extremely powerful god dynasty. Back then, it was the #1 god dynasty in the middle continent. In the end, it really ascended. However, it didn't ascend to immortality. It turned into ashes. The Black Emperor said, "If you really want to leave, you can go to the ruins of the Yuhua god dynasty to take a look. Perhaps you can discover something." "That place is very mysterious," Jizue said softly. She didn't want him to travel far, but she still told him. There was a trace of dimness in her beautiful eyes. Yifan didn't know what to say. He looked at her beautiful eyes and wanted to comfort her. That might be a kind of hurt. He wanted to bring her to the other side of the starry sky, but just like him, she couldn't bear to part with her parents. Jizue forced a smile and said that she would look up at the starry sky every night to pray for him. When everything was fated, she would follow his footsteps and go to the other side of the starry sky to take a look. Clang clang, the heaven-devouring demon lid let out a wail as it floated above Jizue's palm. Immortal radiance fell down, resonating with the bronze ring. Strands of radiance could be seen connecting the two together. This kind of miraculous scene caused everyone to tremble. As expected, a vicious relic, they were undoubtedly compatible and could fuse together. Do you still remember what the little girl looked like in your dream? Yi Fan asked. Ji Ziyue shook her head. Those scenes were too blurry, especially the little girl's face, which was even dimmer. She only remembered that she had a pair of big, bright eyes that were filled with tears. She had a ponytail and was no more than 3 or 4 years old. She was wearing tattered clothes and a pair of tattered shoes. Buzz! The void trembled, and a blurry scene appeared in front of them. The 5-colored altar had actually appeared. A little girl lost her shoes and rushed forward, crying, just to take a look at the skeleton. Bang! The scene crumbled, and then everything sank into darkness. There seemed to be a voice reverberating, not to become an immortal, but to wait for your return in the mortal world. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Was it vicious? She firmly believed that the youth would appear again. This was her obsession and also the most precious hope in her heart. She defied the heavens and lived for several lifetimes just to wait for the youth's return. Without the resplendent divine ring, it was still dim. One could imagine how she swept through the world and stood alone in the 9 heavens. She clearly stood at the peak of humanity, looking down on the reincarnation of the ancient times, but she wasn't included in her memories. The so-called glory of a great emperor, to her, was far from being comparable to the happy and bitter times of her childhood. Even if she was unrivaled in the world, she couldn't reverse everything of the past. In the end, everything dissipated, leaving only a ghostly face with tears on it. It seemed to be crying yet not crying, smiling yet not smiling. That was the heaven-devouring demon lid floating up and down. Ding! The bronze ring in Ji Ziyue's hand dimmed and entered her body. The 2 relics of Vicious separated by themselves and calmed down. Vicious was a great monarch who commanded respect and awe. The memory fragments of Vicious left Zhang Xian feeling complicated and indescribable. It was hard to describe what kind of feeling that was. Why do I feel that I have a great karma with Vicious? Yi Fan muttered to himself. He touched the items on his body. They were all related to Vicious. First was the myriad Qi cauldron, which he had obtained from the bronze immortal palace. It was a priceless treasure that could prove the Tao. Next was the immortal dragon herb, which belonged to Vicious more than 200,000 years ago. Shi Yan had obtained the true dragon god liquid twice, and he still had some left. Other than that, there was also the immortal treasure map. It was obtained from the Chaos Dragon Lair. Even the sacred battle emperor had once possessed it. More than 200,000 years ago, it had fallen into the hands of Vicious. When Yi Fan obtained it, Vicious' coffin had sunk into the primal chaos. What happened to me? The more Yi Fan thought about it, the more frightened he became. At the same time, he thought about the people he knew. Duanda had the heaven-devouring demon lid, Ji Ziyue had the ring that Vicious had cherished the most, Tu Fei's grandfather had the sky-devouring jar, and Li Xiaoman had Vicious' inheritance. It was like a net weaving with each other, trapping Shi Yan in the middle. His relationship with Emperor Vicious couldn't be cut off, which made him restless. 2 days later, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Ji Ziyue, and the Black Emperor crossed the void and arrived at the Central Plains. The Heavens Transformation ruins were really big. Strictly speaking, half of the Central Plains was their territory. At that time, there were no great Xia or Jiuli divine dynasties. The mysterious ancestral temple was located at the heart of the Dragon Vein. It had the power of heaven and earth and the mysteries. It was a secret land that went against the natural order. However, 20,000 years ago, the most ancient dragon vein in the Central Plains was broken. The dragon chi scattered and turned into some ancestral dragons in other places. From then on, this broken dragon vein turned from a supreme pure land to a dead land. It became the most inauspicious area with almost no vitality. The heart of the Central Plains was now barren. It was a gloomy area with black mist hovering all year round. No one knew what the light was. In front of them, broken mountains could be seen. They were formed by the impact of great magic power. It was unknown what kind of great battle had happened back then. Look, that ancient dragon vein is so strong. It used to be the longest ancestral vein in the Central Plains. It's thicker than tens of thousands of mountain ranges put together, Duanda said. He had to be familiar with the geography of each place. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Was this still a mountain range? It was too thick. It was like a plateau. When they flew into the endless sky and looked down, they found that it was really a dragon vein. An ancient saint flew above this ancient star and looked down. The number 1 dragon vein in the Central Plains was broken with just one palm. Someone pressed down from who knows how many tens of thousands of miles away, leaving behind 5 fingerprints. The ancestral dragon vein was broken into several pieces. The other mountain peaks all collapsed and the area within 1,000,000 miles caved in, the Black Emperor said. It can't be. 1,000,000 miles caved in with one strike. 5 fingerprints broke the number 1 dragon vein in the Central Plains. It's too heaven-defying. Pang Bo was shocked. Half a day later, they went deep into the heart of the Central Plains and came to a barren land. It was still dusky with black mist lingering around it like the underworld. There are ancient buildings up ahead. Right in front of them, there was a temple. It had a type of accumulation of time. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it had existed for. It can't be, right? Did I miss a great opportunity? The Yuhua God dynasty's ancestral temple wasn't destroyed. I actually didn't come here to do archaeology in the past, Duanda said to himself. He clenched his fists tightly. Behind the ancestral temple, there was a dusky mist that covered everything. Nothing could be seen. According to what GZUS saw in her dream, there should be a 5-colored altar in the depths of that region. Now, the heavenly secrets didn't appear. It was strange, trapped by all kinds of bewildering formations. Nothing could be seen. Who is it? A shout sounded in front of the ancient temple. A row of armored soldiers wearing black iron clothes appeared. All of them held iron spears and looked incomparably solemn. Very soon, they were densely packed. In the surroundings of the ancient temple, large numbers of figures appeared in the broken mountains. They were all experts. In addition, there were all kinds of formation patterns that were activated, covering this place. Who are these people? They occupied this place? Li Tian was surprised. This place was excavated recently. It's a dilapidated small world. They cleaned it up not long ago. At the very least, no one has entered the ancestral temple. It's still covered in dust, Duanda said with the tone of a professional. Not good, we can't afford to provoke them. These are people from the 4 god dynasties. They beat us to it, Li Heishui said. In front of them was an allied army with the flags of the 4 god dynasties. They were here together to excavate the central continent's ancestral temple from more than 200,000 years ago, wanting to find something. There's also the Alcade Holy Flag, GZUS said. She recognized the Alcade Holy Flag at a glance. The 5 major forces joined forces to excavate together. They wanted to clear out the ruins of the Yuhua God dynasty and connect this small world. Who would dare to compete with them? Back then, the Yuhua God dynasty was the number 1 force in the central continent. No one dared to disobey their orders. They had supreme might, but they turned into ashes overnight. It was said that even their emperor weapon was shattered. Moreover, this was also the only known evidence of a supreme emperor weapon being shattered, shattering the legend of the indestructible extreme Dao weapons. Back then, they were destroyed too quickly. All kinds of rare treasures and other things didn't appear before they were sealed in dust. It was said that they were sealed by someone with great magical power. Do you see that? This dilapidated small world was sealed, but someone used an extreme emperor weapon to break open a corner of it. That's why it appeared in the world again. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't have discovered it even if we found this place, Duanda said. The Alcade Holy Land is involved, Yi Fan muttered to himself. Then, he revealed his previous guess. The Alcade Holy Sun might have obtained the inheritance of Ruthless, the indestructible heaven technique. Since Jizue and Duanda saw something in their dreams, the Alcade Holy Sun might have done the same. Because of this, he found the ancient temple in the central continent. There might be extremely important divine treasures in the temple. That's right. Many of the holy objects of the Yuhua god dynasty are enshrined in this ancestral temple. This is simply the tomb of a god dynasty, Duanda said very professionally. Pang Bo stepped forward to negotiate. A few people immediately walked over. All of them were people of high status and power. They were imperial ancestor-level figures of the 4 god dynasties. They responded in a deep voice. As early as half a year ago, they started digging this place. Only now did they have results. They wouldn't allow outsiders to enter. Yi Fan and the others retreated. If they attacked forcefully, they might be able to kill their way in. But this ancient temple was too mysterious. The 4 god dynasties and the Alcade Holy Land had never dared to enter rashly. If they barged in rashly, there might be a great disaster. What should we do? If the Alcade Holy Sun got here first, this place is very troublesome. Pang Bo frowned and looked at Yi Fan. The others also felt a little headache. This place was obviously not ordinary. But if they angered the 4 god dynasties and the Alcade Holy Land, they might provoke a few extreme emperor weapons. Yi Fan said, "First, we should let the heaven-devouring demon pot merge. I feel that there is a great connection between it and the pot. Then, perhaps we should borrow the power of the people of the world to make the secret of this place public and allow all powerhouses to enter." After they left this place, they began to discuss seriously. Only Jizue sighed softly. She looked at the mist behind the ancient temple and muttered to herself, "Back then, that little girl cried and lost her tattered little shoes. She sent that young man far away, but in the end, she only saw his corpse return. This is not her end. She eventually became the great emperor." Monkey walked over. "Yes, invincible in the world, one of the most mysterious and powerful great emperors since ancient times. Almost no one can compare to her." The Black Emperor interrupted. But she wasn't happy. Jizue shook her head. But there was still hope in her heart. She firmly believed that she would meet that young man again, Yi Fan said. Then, he couldn't help but think of little Nan Nan from that little girl. She was also pitiful. Where was she now? Chapter 895. The Central Plains Ancestral Temple was filled with endless mysteries. Entering life and returning to death, this was Duanda's judgment. This was an instinctive feeling he had developed from many years of tomb raiding. This place was very strange. More than 200,000 years had passed, but when he activated his heavenly eyes, he discovered that there were still green lights in the ancient buildings deep within the ancestral temple. The 4 god dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Land must have discovered an even more terrifying place. They had started clearing it half a year ago, or else there would be no reason for them not to go deeper. This place is ominous. There's most likely something terrifying inside, Duanda said solemnly. He said that if they wanted to go in, they had to be prepared. Let's go. There's killing intent here. These people want to silence us, Yenishi said. They weren't surprised. Such a shocking ancestral temple couldn't be seen. The 4 god dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Land naturally didn't want outsiders to know about it. After all, they had spent a lot of time and energy and didn't want others to get involved. There were Tao patterns interweaving in the surroundings. Although the fluctuations were very light, they still sensed it. They wanted to trap this place and turn it into a dangerous place. Let's go. This is the killing formation of an ancient sage. It's intact. If we are really trapped inside, we will definitely die. The Black Emperor was shocked. He was an expert and could clearly see the terrifying killing intent. The big black dog opened his mouth and spat out a profound jade platform. He quickly opened a realm gate and disappeared, leaving behind a ripple. Blood-colored divine chains passed through, but they couldn't stop them. 2 days later, a piece of news spread through the 5 regions. The Central Plains Ancestral Temple had appeared in the mortal world. Although more than 200,000 years had passed, it was still intact, and there were peerless divine treasures inside. This was an eventful time. The slightest movement would cause a storm in the world, let alone such a major event. It could be said that the whole world was shocked. Although the Yuhua God dynasty had already disappeared for more than 200,000 years, and even the historical records didn't record it clearly, it didn't affect its position in people's hearts. In the past, it sought the immortal inheritance of the Central Plains. Its territory was boundless, and all the divine treasures in the world were gathered in the temple. Its prestige was great, and the heaven and earth shook. It was the number one god dynasty that existed to pursue immortality. They disappeared in a single night. There were all kinds of suspense. Many people speculated that this race discovered the method to become immortal and used the power of the entire sect to open the path to immortality, but in the end, they were defeated. Of course, there were others who said that they were swept through by a dragon. That night, there were dragon cries that shook the 9 heavens, resounding through Central Province. Countless great sects heard it. There were also people who said that there was only one truth, and that was the appearance of an invincible Holy Spirit that devoured all the dragon energy of the number one ancestral bloodline in the Central Plains and seized the good fortune of the Yuhua God dynasty. Some people even said that Ruthless became an emperor and used a single hand to wipe out all of them. Moreover, he only used a single strike. It was an indiscriminate attack that wiped out the entire Yuhua God dynasty. As for what the truth was, it had long been buried in the dust of history. The people and events of the past had all been buried. No one could live for so long, not even the existences who had taken action. No matter what, the Yuhua God dynasty was unshakable as the number one power in the world in the past. Their collection was incomparable. After its destruction, all of its treasures were buried underground. All those years ago, countless people were searching for it, yet they didn't obtain anything. Now that the Ascension Ancestral Temple had emerged into the world, how could it not affect the hearts of all? They didn't want to rule over the world, only to become immortals and pursue the true meaning of longevity. The entire Central Plains was under their rule, and there was no lack of lost ancient books and records. They were the bloodline that understood ascension and flying immortals the most. The Central Plains Ancestral Temple has appeared. It is rumored that in the past, there were too many divine treasures displayed inside. There were methods to verify the Tao, as well as all kinds of holy objects. Every one of them was priceless and had to be offered as a divine artifact. That's right, the various comprehensions of the ancient cultivators are all within that temple. They were collected by them and carved into the walls, the crystallization of the wisdom of the past sages. On this day, all kinds of secrets and legends reappeared, exposed by the people. The matter of the Central Plains Ancestral Temple was of great importance, drawing the attention of all sides. Not only were the various human races moved, even the various ancient tribes were moved. Many people wanted to stick their foot in and get a piece of the soup. However, the appearance of human emperors had truly shocked them. There were no ancestral kings who dared to come out. The lands of the Eastern Wasteland's great sage not only headed for the Central Plains, there were even people who went to the Wavering Light Realm to seek confirmation, asking them what secrets there were. After all, the Wavering Light Realm was involved. The southern mountains and western desert were like this as well. Many undying inheritances paid close attention, sending large numbers of experts over to investigate in detail. The entire world was shocked, paying close attention. Central Plains in particular, the 100 sects were practically boiling. They grew up in this great land and experienced too much. No one understood better than them what that ancestral temple signified. The divine dynasties that pursue longevity have too many secrets, and the ancestral temple is their most sacred land, containing endless divine treasures. During these 2 days, the atmosphere within the collapsed dragon vein was tense. The 4 great divine dynasties and the Wavering Light Holy Land that were guarding this place felt a tremendous pressure. So many people came, how could they kill them all? The world couldn't calm down. Some precious information recorded in ancient books flowed out. Not only were there all kinds of insights of the past in the ancient temple, there was also the true feather ancient scripture engraved on the walls. If the ancient temple wasn't destroyed, everything could be found. In addition, in the past, the Feather Transformation God dynasty searched the world, stepping into the outer realm to find all kinds of immortal materials exclusive to the Great Emperor, wanting to repair a green cauldron. There might be some divine objects in the temple. The original stones that contained phoenix blood gold and immortal tears green gold might still be displayed in the ancient temple. If they could be found, it would be a great earthquake, an incomparably wondrous opportunity. The number one divine dynasty that once ruled half of the Central Plains is indeed extraordinary. Even the Black Emperor was speechless. There were some secrets that even he had never heard of. What they want to repair is most likely the green copper pieces. Yi Fan looked at the 2 pieces of old copper in his body. In that case, if they were in perfect condition, they would be a cauldron. In the Feather Transformation ancient dynasty, other than their own extreme emperor weapon, they also had a broken and most mysterious cauldron. This rumor shocked the ancient races. After asking around, they finally found out about the broken green copper cauldron. No one would have thought that the various treasures and insights of the past didn't make the ancient races go crazy. Instead, when the green copper first revealed some clues, it made them unable to sit still. Even though the human race Great Emperor appeared not long ago and the various ancient tribes trembled, because of the broken green copper cauldron, the royal, and great races still couldn't sit still. Many people moved out. Of course, they were still very afraid. It was still because the saints didn't appear and they didn't dare to jump out. They were afraid that they would really anger the supreme existence of the human race and destroy them. That green cauldron had existed since the primordial era. Even the various ancient tribes didn't know how old it was. It often disappeared after appearing. Several ancient emperors had once searched for it. This broken cauldron had immeasurable value. It was said that it contained the secret of becoming an immortal. Brat, you have 2 pieces of green copper on you. When are you going to return this grandpa's piece? Duanda didn't let go of Yi Fan. One can't be too virtuous. It was clearly obtained by me, but back then, you always had designs on me. If you want it, that's fine. Give me the heaven-devouring devil cover in exchange, said Yi Fan. After entering the ancient temple this time, if there are still pieces of the green cauldron, I don't believe that you will be able to obtain them. Duanda said indignantly. This emperor has calculated with my fingers. That broken cauldron is fated with me. The Black Emperor also came forward. It was obvious that he wanted to snatch the green copper piece after entering the ancestral temple. He was a powerful competitor. Damn it, a chicken has a mouth and a duck has a mouth. Why don't you join in as well? This poor Taoist wants to collect materials. Entering such an ancient temple is undoubtedly like entering a great tomb. I need a basin of 10,000-year-old black dog blood, no, a bucket. You should contribute some. Woof, woof, woof. The Black Emperor barked and bit fiercely, fighting to the death with him. These 2 fellows weren't good people. They were greedy and shameless. They were born to be at odds with each other. In the words of the 2 spiritual children, they were born to be troublemakers. In the heart of the Central Plains, the atmosphere in the Broken Dragon vein was extremely tense. A world-shaking battle could break out at any time. The major forces of the human race and the ancient races all rushed over to enter the ancestral temple. The 4 god dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Lands disagreed, forming a terrifying confrontation. But they themselves couldn't enter the ancient temple to retrieve the divine treasures in a short period of time. The Yuhua god dynasty has been destroyed. Their ruins should belong to the people of the world. Everyone can enter the ancestral temple. Everything depends on one's own fate. No one knew who shouted such words first. Then, all the major forces and cultivators of the world shouted the same thing, forming a huge pressure. Even the 4 god dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Lands couldn't withstand it anymore. If it weren't for the fact that they were afraid of the Yaoguang Holy Land's black golden dragon cauldron, Great Xia's Tai sovereign sword, and other emperor weapons, the cultivators of the world would have already fought their way in. Now, it was a stalemate. Peace talks. In the end, the 4 god dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Lands finally took a step back. They negotiated with the major forces, but their conditions were extremely harsh. They said that 60% of the divine treasures should belong to them. After all, they were the ones who dug this place out. Let's hurry up and prepare while they are negotiating. We can't fight a battle we're not confident in. We must prepare all kinds of materials, Chi Luo said. Not long after, they invited the blind old man and 2 Tian out of their seclusion. They wanted to combine the heaven-devouring demon pot and form a perfect imperial weapon. No one could predict what kind of battle would happen. But they always felt that many things were related to Ruthless. Bringing her weapon by their side was enough to suppress the situation. I have a feeling that after this ultimate battle, we might really have to leave, Yi Fan said to Pang Bo when there was no one around. Time is pressing. Let's hurry up and visit all our old friends. Don't leave any regrets, Pang Bo said. He was very reluctant to leave this world. Let's be more careful. I think we might face people like Hua Yunfei, Li Xiaoman, Yao Guang Holy Child, Tian Prince, and Huang Shudao in this battle. There will be life and death battles, Yi Fan said solemnly. The Central Continent's negotiations were still in progress. All parties reached a consensus. No one was allowed to bring imperial weapons or holy weapons into the ancestral temple. Whoever damaged the ancient temple would be punished by the whole world. It was because it was rumored that there were many precious wall carvings inside the ancestral temple. They were the essence comprehended by the predecessors, all of them exploring the true meaning of longevity. Every single one of them had immeasurable value. More than 200,000 years ago, the Yuhua God dynasty spent great effort to collect them from all over the world. Some of them were even brought back from the outer realms. Every single one of them was a gem. Not a single stone carving could be lost. Yi Fan and Pang Bo looked at each other in dismay. It seemed that they would definitely encounter some great enemies. They were destined to fight head-on and carry out a life-and-death battle. Then, the peace talks reached a second consensus. Not everyone could enter the Central Continent's ancestral temple. Only sect master-level figures recognized by all parties had the qualifications. Otherwise, they could only kill their way in. The 4 great god dynasties and Yaoguang divided 40% of the quota. They weren't willing to give in anymore. The more experts that entered, the more powerful they would be.